So, before actually using Flexbox in practice, I want to show you the philosophy behind Flexbox and show you the main properties that we can use in order to build Flexbox layouts. So, what is Flexbox actually? Well, Flexbox is a new module in CSS3 that makes it very easy to align elements to one another in different directions and orders, and also to change these alignments if necessary, like for example for responsive design. And this works perfectly even if you have no idea about the dimensions of these elements, because the main idea behind Flexbox is to actually give the container the ability to expand and to shrink elements to best use all the available space. So with Flexbox, we can easily replace float layouts with much less and much more readable and logical code. And because of that, Flexbox completely changes the way that we build layouts, and especially one-dimensional layouts, because that's where Flexbox really shines. For two-dimensional layouts, there are actually better ways of building these, like using CSS grid layouts, as I'm going to show you later in the course. So for all of these reasons, I like to say that Flexbox is a true revolution in CSS. It makes our life as CSS developers so much easier. And there are actually not that many concepts behind Flexbox that you need to understand in order to use it. But what you need to know is this. So first of all, the element on which we use Flexbox is called the Flex container. And all we have to do in order to create a Flex container is to set its display property to Flex. Simple as that. We can also set it to Flex inline, which will then create a Flex container that behaves like an inline element. But I almost never use that one, okay? Then all the direct children of the Flex container are called the Flex items. Now, the direction in which these Flex items are laid out is called the main axis, which is represented with this arrow here. Then the other perpendicular axis is simply called the cross axis. Now, it's important to be aware of these names because we can change the direction of the main axis, and also because there are different ways of aligning elements both along the main axis and the cross axis. So just keep these concepts in mind so that you can fully understand how the different Flexbox related properties work. And actually, that's what we're going to talk about next. So, the Flexbox specification defines a couple of properties that we use on the Flex container in order to position and align all the Flex items. And then some other properties that we use directly on the Flex items themselves. Of course, I'm going to show you all of these properties over the course of this section and the project that we built here. But for now, I just want to give you a very brief overview over all of them, so that you can get an idea about how Flexbox works and how many properties there are and how they work. Maybe you can actually print out this slide and use it as a cheat sheet throughout the section. I'm sure that would be really helpful. Okay, but now let's start with the properties that we use on the container. First up, there's one called Flex direction, which specifies in which direction the main axis goes. So I have here the name of the property and then the possible values it can take, where the first one is the initial value. And that means that it's the default, right? So the direction can go as a row, which is the default direction and the one you see in the graphic up there. But it can also go in the opposite direction and even up or down, which will then form a column. Alright? Now this is obviously much easier to visualize in practice, but again, for now I just want to let you know that these properties exist. Okay, next there is Flex wrap, which simply defines if the Flex items should wrap into a new line if there is not enough space in the Flex container or not. Then we have justify content, and this one defines how the Flex items will be aligned along the main axis. Okay, so it's important to know where the main axis is actually. Next, there is the align items property, which is very similar to justify content, with the difference that this one defines how the Flex items will be aligned along the cross axis, not the main axis. So align items is many times used together with justify content. And to me, these two are the most important Flexbox properties of all. And then finally, there is align content, which only applies when there is more than one row of Flex items. In that case, align content controls how the rows are aligned along the cross-axis if there's some empty space. So again, we're going to look at this in code starting in the next lecture, alright? Now, about the properties for flex items, the first one is called align self, which is very similar to align items, but for one individual flex item. So imagine, for example, that we set align items to center, but then we want one of the items to be aligned to the bottom, and so we can use align self for that, okay? Next up, there is order, which defines the order in which one specific flex item should appear inside the container. And this is really helpful to reorder items, for example, for smaller screens. And now finally, we have three properties that together basically help Flexbox decide on the width of a flex item. So with flex grow, we define how much an item can grow. With flex shrink, we define how much it can shrink. And with flex bases, we can define its base width. And there's actually a shortened property for these, which is simply called flex. And this one is actually the one that should be used. Alright, and all of this is of course much easier to explain with code, and so that's what we're going to start doing right in the next lecture. So, see you there. Welcome back. Let's now try out Flexbox for the very first time in practice. And for now we're going to use CodePen again, because what we want right now is just to write a simple demo, so a simple example, and for that CodePen is perfect. So just head over to codepen.io and then click here, create a new pen. Okay, so we can hide this JavaScript part here, and then just HTML and CSS. So here in the HTML, let's just create a container with a couple of items in it. And we can actually use the emmet syntax here that I showed you before. So an element called container, and then with items in there. So class item, and then 5 times, hit tab, and that's it. And I'm just going to put some numbers here, like 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. And that should be enough for our demo. Now, before writing any actual Flexbox code, let's start by doing our global reset like we usually do. So margin 0, padding 0, and box sizing border box. Okay, now we can hit save here as well. And no, we don't need an account, so let's remove that as well. Okay, and now just some very quick formatting for the container and for the items. So just a quick background color, like this gray color, and give it some padding as well of like 10 pixels. Okay, so no Flexbox code here at all, just some initial styling before we start with Flexbox. Now about the items, let's give them some background color as well. And I'm using this pink color, which is F1425D. Okay. Then some padding, let's say 40 pixels. Some margin as well, like 30 pixels. A white text color. And a bigger text as well. So font size, let's say 40 pixels as well. Okay. Maybe this is a bit too much, 30. But okay, so now we're good to go. So in this lecture, what I want to do is to focus on the Flexbox properties that we apply on a container. Okay, so basically the first set of properties that I showed you in the last lecture. So the first thing we have to do in order to use Flexbox, remember, is to set the display property to flex. And take a look at what happens immediately. Okay, so these flex items here, they're now automatically side by side, right? Without using any float, without anything, all we did was to set the container to flex, then automatically these child elements become flex items that are displayed side by side. Alright, now the next thing that I want to show you is the property called flex direction. So remember that the default, so the initial value, is the row. So if we say row, nothing changes, right? Because that's the default. But we can also say row reverse. And what happens then is that it inverts the direction of the main axis. So the main axis now goes here from the right side to the left side, where before it was going from the left side to the right side, as I showed you in the diagram in the last lecture, right? And so with this, we inverted the order. And so of course it now starts at 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. All right? Now the next thing that we can try out is the column. And then we get this result. And so now the flex items are stacked one on top of another. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, all the way down here. And then the last one is column reverse. And you can imagine what that one will do. Exactly. Now basically the column starts down here, which means that the main direction is going from here down here, up in the direction up here. Okay? So remember, it's always important to know where the main direction goes. Okay? And now that we experimented with all of these, let's just set it back to row, which is the default. So you can probably imagine that this will be pretty handy, for example, for responsive designs. That, for example, on a smaller screen, we can simply set the flex direction to column, and then the elements will all be one on top of another. So that is flex direction. Next up, I want to show you justify content. So justify content. And remember that this property is used to control how the items should be positioned along the main axis, right? So let's start with center here. And so you see that automatically all the items are now right here in the center of the container. So with that very simple property, we immediately centered the entire content in this container. Just imagine how difficult it would be to create this very simple layout that you see here with a float layout. It would be much harder. So center puts these items here right in the middle of the container, but doesn't do anything to the space that's between them, right? Because the space that we have here is defined by the margin that we have on the items, right? So this margin here defines the space. Let's actually try to remove it. Okay, and then it would look like this, right? So all that justify content does is to put all the items in the center of the flex container, okay? So let me show you another one here, which is space between. And that one is also very exciting. Space between, and that's the result. So what you see now is that the space is evenly distributed between these flex items. So this space and this, and this, it's all the same space. And Flexbox automatically does all these calculations for us and automatically positions the elements like this. And of course, if we change the width here of the browser, then the space that's between these items also adjusts, right? So that makes it really easy to position and align these elements. Now let me once again get rid of that margin here. Okay, because now that makes it even more visible what the space between property here does. Because there's another one which is actually pretty similar, which is called space around. Space around. So basically what space around does here is that it puts the same amount of space on both the left side and the right side of each of the flex items. So what this means is that this total space between these two flex items is double the space that's here on this left side of this item. All right. Now next up, there's space evenly, which is also pretty similar to these ones. So space evenly. And as you can see, what this one does is that the space is always the same. So this one is the same as this and this and this and all of the spaces here between them. Okay, so while space evenly ensures that the space is always the same between the elements and on the sides of the elements, space around ensures that the amount of space around each element is the same on the left and on the right side, okay? So it's a subtle difference, but it can make a huge difference sometimes. Okay, so space between, space around, and space evenly. I also showed you center already, and so now what we have left is flex end. So when we want them on the right side, okay, and then flex start, which is the default. So these are the options for justify content. And I will leave it at center here, okay? And I will also get rid of this margin. All right, and now the last property I want to show you in this video is align items. So remember that justify content defines how the flex items are aligned along the main axis, and align items here defines how the items are aligned along the cross axis. Okay? Now in order for this to work, we actually need one of them to be bigger than all the others, because right now they are already perfectly aligned along the cross axis, right? So along this one here. But if I make one of them bigger than the others, then we can experiment with different alignments across the cross-axis, right? So let me just put a new class here. So I2 for item 2. And let's give it some height, like 200 pixels or something. And alright, so you saw already that all of them actually growed, not just the I2 on which we defined the height, right? And that's actually because the initial value on align items is stretch. And so with stretch, this is what happens. So let's just set something else here. So for example, center. And now we see what alignment along the cross-axis actually means. Okay, so we have one element that is bigger than all the others, and with align items set to center, we basically center these elements here relative to this one, which is bigger, in the vertical direction, so in the cross-axis, right? So now along the cross-axis, they are now all nicely centered, like around this line here, right? Now if we set this to flex start, then they will all be aligned here nicely at the top, okay? And the same for flex end, then they will be aligned here to the end. And all of that happens once again along the cross-axis, so in here, from up to down. So we saw center, flex start, flex end, and of course the default is stretch. So what does stretch do? Well, as you see, it simply stretches all the other elements to match the height of the highest flex item, okay? So that can be very useful as well. Now there's actually one more, which is called baseline, and for that I'm going to increase the font size on this one here as well. Or actually I can do it on another one. Let's add one class here called I4. And then in here as well. So font size 70 pixels. Okay, and now if I set this one here to baseline, then what it will do is to basically align the text on these flex items along a line. So if you draw an imaginary line here under these texts, you will see that they are now completely aligned. And if I increase this even more, like say to 90, then they all keep nicely aligned down here along the text, okay? So basically, align items to baseline is to align them to their common text, okay? Now once again, I'm going with center here. And of course, I don't want this font size. Okay, so these were the three properties that I wanted to show you in this video here. So flex direction, justify content, and align items. Because these three are by far the most used Flexbox properties on the Flex container. Now there are also flex wrap and align content, but I'm gonna leave these for another video. Now, before we finish this one, I want to show you what happens with the justify content and align items when we change the flex direction. Okay, so let's set this one to a column. Alright, and now the main direction is no longer going from the left to the right, but from the top to the bottom, right? And so why are these items now here horizontally centered like this? Do you know why? Well, it's because of this align items property set to center, right? Because this direction here now, so basically the horizontal centering is now in the cross direction. And remember that align items is the property that controls the positioning along the cross axis. And so this center here is responsible for that. So let's set it to flex start. And so now we see that it's at the beginning of the cross axis, which remember now goes from left to right. So it starts here and it ends here. And so if we set it to flex end, then all of these move to the right side, right? And so once again, it's really important to keep track of where the main and the cross axis are situated in order to use the justify content and align items properties in the correct way. Okay? And now just to show you how the justify content works in this situation, let's just increase the height of this container. Okay? To, I don't know, like me experiment here a bit, 500 pixels, for example. No, that's not enough. So 1000 pixels even. Or maybe it should be even more, I guess. So 1500 pixels. Okay, and now let's see what happens here. So you see that they now start here, and then they're basically centered now in the container, right? So this space here, down here at the end of the container, is the same as this space here up here, right? And once again, why is that? Well, it's because justify content is set to center. And so along the main axis, which is now going from top to the bottom, right? So along this main axis, they are now centered. So let's change it to space between. And so this is what happens. So the space is now distributed here between these items, just as I showed you before. But when I showed it to you the first time, it was horizontally. So it was in this direction, but now as we change it to a column, it now happens in the vertical direction. Because once again, that is now the main axis. All right, and I think that was enough experimentation for one lecture alone. And I know that it's probably very confusing right now, because I felt the exact same thing when I first started learning Flexbox. It was all very confusing in my head and so many properties with so many different names. But believe me that after some time using these, you will really know how to use them and when to use which property, and it will all become really easy for you, okay? So don't worry if it sounds confusing right now, because with practice, it becomes really easy and intuitive, okay? And in the next lecture, we're going to take care of the properties related to the flex items themselves, okay? So we're going to change some order and experiment with the flex grow, shrink, and flex basis properties, okay? So keep tuned for that next lecture. After the Flexbox properties for the flex container, now I want to show you the properties that we use directly on the flex items. So this is where we left off after the last lecture. Now let me just put this one here so it aligns item back to center. Okay, because now the first thing that I want to show you is the align self property. Okay, so we can come here to one of these items and then use align self. And remember what align self does? Well, basically it overrides the align contents property for one individual item. So right now the align items is set to center, okay? And so all these items here are now centered along the cross axis, right? So from top to bottom. But if we want to override that for one individual, let's say the number 4 here, we can say align self and put this one, for example, at the end. So flex end. And so now all the flex item except this one here are aligned to the center, so along the cross axis here, except for this one, which we set to flex end. And we can set it to flex start, of course. We can also set it to stretch, and that one is pretty useful. And we're going to see that one in the course. And so now this one is actually the same height as this one, because it's stretched in order to fill the entire container, which was defined by this element with the number 2. And so now the number 4 here has the same height. Okay, so let's just put it back to the end here. So flex end. All right, so that's the first one that I want to show you. And next we can play around with the order. So remember that the initial value of order is 0. And so if you want to put one of these elements here at the beginning, all we need to do is to put a value which is lower than 0. So let me show you how. So order -1. And now it will go here to the start. And so why is that? Well, Flexbox orders all of these elements according to their order number. And so this one has 0, 0, 0, and 0. So all of these have 0, but this one has -1. And so this is the one that has the lowest order. And since Flexbox starts ordering from the lowest order number, well, then of course this one here becomes the first, right? Now if you want to change this, and let's put another class here for the third one. So I3, if you want this one here to be the first one, then we can set this order to -2, for example. And now this one will be the one with the lowest order. And so it now comes here to the first position. Now we can also do this the other way around. So if we set this one to 1, then it's the one with the highest order. And so it moves here to the end. And so now we have -1, 0, 0, 0, 1. And we can use this even further if you wanted. So for example here order 2, and now this one would be the last, right? So that's how we use order. And that's actually pretty useful once more for responsive design in order to change position for some elements on a smaller or on a bigger screen, depending if we're using a mobile first or a desktop first strategy. All right, so that's order. and align self. Now let's take a look at the last three, which are flex grow, flex shrink, and flex basis. So the first one that I want to show you is flex grow. And remember that flex grow is the ability of an element to grow. Okay? And what we do is to specify an integer. So just a number like we did in the order. So the first thing I want to do is to actually set flex on all the items, right? And so for that I can use here the item class. So flex grow 1, and take a look what happens now. All right, so all of them now occupy the entire space that they can. Or in other words, they grow it as much as they can. So they're now occupying all the space they possibly can, right? And we can see that even better if we remove this margin here actually. Okay, and so now they're actually touching one another because again, they occupy all the space that they can. And that's what flex grow here does. Okay, so it gives items the ability to grow. Now, if we set all of them to a higher number like 2 or 3, or even 23, it doesn't really matter because this number only matters in relation to other numbers. So let me actually give you an example of that. Okay, so I'm gonna set these back to 1. Put this margin here back as well. But now what I'm going to do with this one here is to set flex grow to 2. And watch what happens now. You saw that? This element here is now double the size of these ones. And that's because 2 is double of 1. And so this one has twice the ability to grow than all the other flex items. And I can show you that even better by setting this, for example, to 3. And now it's 3 times bigger than the others. So flex grow, again, gives the element an ability to grow. Now remember that there's also a shorthand property which stands for flex grow, flex shrink, and flex basis. And so saying flex grow is actually the same thing as saying flex 1, okay? So a simple trick to expand a flex item to occupy as much width as it can is simply setting its flex property to 1, okay? Let me get rid of this now. And this one here as well. So let me show you what happens if I just set this on one of them. Let's say this one here, the last one. So flex 1. All right. And so now this one occupies all the space that it can. So all the available white space. And then the remaining flex items here, they just occupy the rest of the space. Okay. So that is flex grow. Now next up, I want to show you flex basis. Let's do it on this one here. Actually, and I can actually get rid of this one here. So flex basis, and now remember that with this one we can set the width of a flex item, okay? So instead of using the width property on a flex item, we usually use flex basis, right? So let's set it to 20%, for example, and here we go. So it's now 20% of the container, then these other elements here, which basically have their flex basis set to auto, which is the initial value for flex basis. Okay, so this one here simply occupied the space that they need, and then all the remaining space is occupied by this last element here because it flex set to 1. Okay, and now the one that's missing is flex shrink. Okay, and in order to better show that to you, let's actually change this one here to a pixel-based value. Okay, so let's say 300 pixels. Okay, and so now this one here has 300 pixels. Now take a look at what happens when I decrease the viewport width. Okay, so just decreasing this window here. So you saw what happens? So again, the first thing of course that happens is that this element here grows smaller and smaller. That's because it has less and less space which it can occupy, and so of course it becomes smaller, right? Now as I further decrease this here, what starts to happen now? Well, you see that this element here also decreases, right? So even if we set its flex basis to 300 pixels, so basically we set the width to 300 pixels, it still starts decreasing when there's no more available space, okay? But sometimes that's not exactly what we want, okay? So we can actually change that using the flex shrink property, because remember, flex shrink controls how an element can shrink. So flex shrink. Now remember that flex shrink has the initial value of 1, okay? And so 1 means that the element is basically allowed to shrink, okay? And that's why we see this behavior here, where the element starts getting smaller and smaller as there's no more available space. Now, if we don't want this to happen, we simply set it to 0. And with that, the element is no longer allowed to shrink. So let's see that. And you see what happens now. These last elements simply get clipped, basically from the viewport. Or actually, the viewport increases its width in order to fit these remaining elements. But what doesn't happen is that this element doesn't change its width, because it's not allowed to shrink. Okay? And so that's what we did here with flex shrink to 0. Alright? Now, as I mentioned before, we should always use the flex property. Okay? And so instead of having this, we just use the shorthand, because that's the best practice. So flex, and now it's 0 for flex grow, right? Because we don't want this element to grow as much as it can, so occupying all the space it can. Then we also don't want it to shrink, and we want a flex basis of 300 pixels, for example. And so that's exactly the thing that we had before. Okay, let's convert this one here as well. Well, where is it? No, it's not here anymore. Okay, so I already deleted. But what we usually want here is actually the 1. So usually we want the elements to be able to shrink, right? Because we don't want that situation where the elements no longer fit the container. Okay, and so that's the way it works now. And so with that, I showed you all of the properties that we can apply to a flex item. Now there's a lot more to learn, of course, and again, we're going to use all of this later in the project. And by then, you can see how we actually use all of these properties in real-life situations. So this here is just a very small example, just to really show you how the properties work and that they exist. But as soon as we start the project, you will use these properties in the real life, and everything will make a lot more sense to you. Just before we finish this basic intro to Flexbox part, I want to quickly show you what happens when we have a whole lot of flex items in a flex container. So right now we have these 5 elements, but what happens if we just add another 5 of these? Okay, so let's get rid of these class names here, of course. And then 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. Okay, so you see that all of these flex items, they are now getting crammed here into this line. And if we decrease this even more, then there's even less and less space available. And at some point, they even start overflowing the flex container like this, like we saw before actually. But as you know, there's another property that we can use on the flex container, right? And that is called flex wrap. So flex wrap, and its initial value is no wrap. And that's because it's not wrapping into a new line. But if we say wrap like this, then it will create a new line for these flex items that no longer fit the container. And so that's actually happening already. So you see that this item here with the 3, so this I3 here, which has this flex set to 1, has now an entire new row for itself. And if we actually decrease this even more, then you see that more and more elements come down here to the second row, so basically the second line that is created here as the flex items start to wrap. Okay? And once more, this can be pretty useful for responsive design when we get less and less space to work with in our layouts, right? Now let's again get rid of these huge margins that we have here. So I'm going to put 5 pixels here just so that we have a little bit of margin. And so that's what it looks like. Now let me actually increase the container here, okay? So you see that right now the container ends here, of course, and that makes sense. But for what I want to show you next, we need a higher container. So let's increase it. Well, not that much, probably. So let's actually, like, I don't know, maybe 1000 pixels. And so let's see what it looks like this. So with all this space, this creates a bunch of different lines here. And actually, I'm not sure about this one here. Let's reload it. Or first, save this actually, and then reload it. And it still does that. Okay, that looks a bit weird here. It looks like it should be in here. Let's check that one out. And yeah, of course, it is just because it's set here to flex end here, okay? So that's the only reason why it's down here. It's actually on the same row as this one. So let's just change this one here. or simply get rid of it. So that's the same effect. So what happens here is that we have two rows, basically. So first this one and then this one. Now, why is all of this space here between these rows, so this one and this one? Well, that's because of the align content property that I didn't show you yet. And so I'm going to show it to you right now. And that's one of these that's once again set here on the Flex container. So align content, and let's set it to Flex start. Okay, and so now all of these rows move up. Okay, and that is because what the align content property does is that it aligns the rows along the cross axis. So it's pretty similar to align items, with the difference that align items aligns the Flex items, as the name actually says, and align content aligns entire, let's say, rows along the cross axis, right? And so now, as we set Flex start here, both these rows are now here at the beginning, and then all of the space down here is empty, right? Now we can also set it to Flex end, just to demonstrate you that. And so both rows basically move down here, okay? Let me decrease this a bit here so that the last row doesn't have only this one element, okay? And so let's actually try another one here. So center, which is also pretty useful. And so now, as you can guess, the space here, up here, is the same as the one down here, because these two rows are now centered inside the Flex container along the cross axis. So basically vertically, right? Now this is a bit difficult to visualize here because we don't have a lot of space here, okay? We just increase this a little bit more, okay? Now there's also space around, just as we have in justify content. So it's the same logic. And this is what it looks like. So basically it distributes the space between the rows so that the space on the bottom and on top of each of the rows is the same. Okay, so just like with justify content. Then we also have space between, which will push one of the lines to the top of the element and the other one to the bottom. Okay, and then finally stretch, which is actually the default, so the initial value. Now the stretch here doesn't really stretch all of these elements like it does in align items, okay? It just stretches the rows, which is not really visible. So this is pretty similar to like space between, okay? So align content is the last property that I wanted to show you. And again, it controls how the rows are aligned along the cross axis, similar to align items. And that is actually it. So that's all I had to show you here in this very basic introduction about Flexbox. So now you know the very fundamentals of Flexbox so that you are ready to move on to the project that we're about to start in the next lecture. So, are you excited about that? Then don't wait and join me right in the next lecture. See you there in this course. And without further ado, let me actually show it to you. And so here it is. This project is called Trello, and it is a fictional all-in-one booking app. Okay, so the idea is that a user can book a hotel, a flight, a car, and a tour all in one platform. Now, of course, we're not going to build this app itself, so no functionality, but we're going to code this user interface here. So all of this app that you see here. So here in this navigation, you can see that we're right now browsing the hotel section. And so here on this side, you have an hotel overview. So some pictures, then the name, some stars here, and then an overview where you have a list with a couple of features. And then here on the right side, you have some reviews. Okay, then down here we have a section where we can book, and then you have this nice hover effect here on this button. Okay, and here you probably already saw here on the navigation, we also have this nice hover effect here going on. So this one here, and then here at the top we have like this header bar where you have the logo, then the search bar, and then basically here are bookmarks, some chat, and the name of the user. So that is our project. So the main focus, of course, is on Flexbox here. But you're also going to learn a couple of new stuff, like doing these cool animations here, and how to use these icons, because these are actually SVG icons, and that's something really cool. And so I'm going to show you how to use these. And so in general, you're going to learn Flexbox, but also a couple of other different techniques that I'm going to show you. And once again, I tried to make this a really beautiful, really modern looking app. so that you not only learn how to code and not only learn Flexbox, but so that you also get some inspiration for building a beautiful web app, and also that you have some nice thing to show off after this course. And so I hope that you really like the look of this app, of this interface. I know that I really like it. Okay, I put a lot of work in this so that you can be proud of your work by the end of the project. So all we need in order to get started with this project is our starter files that you can download from the course if you didn't already, and then just open up that starter files in your code editor. So I already have the starter files here on my desktop. Okay, so this folder, and I also have it opened up already in VS Code. Okay, and so here it is. So that's the bare bones HTML structure, just like we had in our previous project, where all we have is the title here, so Trello, your all-in-one booking app, and then the font, which this time is Open Sans here, and then the style, which is already included in here. Now what we also have is a Sass folder, because once again we're going to use Sass here, okay, and then an empty Sass file where all we have is these color definitions here. So what I also have here is of course images, so that's the one we're going to use, the CSS, but this is still empty because we're going to then compile our Sass file, and so that one is still empty. Then I also have this package.json file from our last project, and so let's actually now start by changing this one here, okay, and to adapt it to our needs for this project, because I don't want to write all of these scripts here over again, and so I just copied this file, and so we can use it here in this project as well, because it's actually really the same thing, okay. So again, we have a main.scss file, which is going to compile to style.css. We want our dev server here, and we want the watch CSS to run together with the dev server. And so we have this start script here, right? Remember that one? So that is our development setup. And then down here, we also have the build process, which in fact is also exactly the same. And well, actually is not, because we don't have the icon fonts here, okay? So there's not really anything to concatenate. So let's take this one out. And then the input to this one here is style comp, right? So this build process here is a bit smaller than the one in the previous project. So we're going to compile the Sass code here, then prefix it here, then compress. And yeah, so our build process is these three. So the concat has to go, of course. So compile, prefix, and then compress. Okay, but we're going to talk about this later because we're only going to use this build process in the end of this project. Okay? Okay, so this is also different. So let's just say it's the Trello app. Okay, doesn't really matter. Okay, so let's actually open up the console here. And here I'm just going to write Trello just to see if everything is working. Okay, and so the terminal. So let me see what we have here. And so in my case, I have to navigate to the desktop and Trello. And so now this is my project folder, just to make sure it has the CSS, IMG, and Sass folders, and then index and package.json. Okay. So please do the same. Navigate to your project folder, just like I did, and then we can run npm run start, just like we did with our previous project. And something's not working, and of course it's not working because we actually have to first install our packages. Okay, and now remember what I told you in one of the first lectures where we talked about npm. So back then I told you that usually we only copy the package.json file, but we don't copy the node Sass folder, which is that folder which contains all of these packages here, right? So we never copy that folder and share it. Instead, we just install all the packages over again. So we say npm install. And so now it gets all of these packages and installs them in a new node modules folder. Okay, clear? And now we can write that command again. So npm run start. And yeah, here we go. So now it's really working, right? Let's just do some CSS here or some Sass. Like our global reset, we can say margin 0, padding 0. And then we can also say, and just to test, background color and then set it to this background color, okay? Just to see if our Sass is working fine, okay? Okay, so it reloaded the page and it compiled our Sass code. And so everything is working, and so we're now ready to actually start building the project. So let's do exactly that right in the next lecture. Let's start our project by defining the basic project settings, just like we did in our previous project. And in order to do so, you will learn how and why to use custom properties in CSS instead of Sass variables. Now, before we start with the code itself, I want to first talk a bit about architecture here. So in this project, I don't want to worry so much about architecture. I'm not going to create all these folders and all these files like I showed you in the last project, okay? Because in the last project, I really wanted to focus on that and make it like an important feature of the project. But this time, all we want to do here is really to learn Flexbox, right? And so all I'm going to do here is to just create 3 very simple files, one for the base settings, one for the overall layout of the app, and one for our smaller components, okay? And that way we don't have to jump back and forth between all these different files and can focus more on the code. But this doesn't mean that architecture is not important, because it is. But again, the main focus of this project is just to learn Flexbox. Okay, let's now just create these files. So base.scss, then I'm going to create layout SCSS, and then finally components SCSS. All right. And then actually we can copy all of this stuff here into the base file and then import these 3 files into this one, right? Just as we did in the last project. So these 3 files here are our partials, and then we do 3 imports. So import base, and then I'm just going to copy this over. So base, layout, and components. Okay, so let's give this a save and take a look at our page here. And so everything is still working the same. And so our imports here work, and we have our very small and very simple architecture here all set up. Okay, so we're not going to need the main file anymore, neither the component nor the layout files for now. All right, so let's now start with these basic project settings. Okay. And I want to start with the HTML. And the first thing that I want to do is to set the box sizing. And I'm going to do it the exact same way as I did in the other project. So I set it to border box here in the HTML, and then I make everything inherit this property, okay? So the universal selector, and also the after and the before pseudo elements. So all the elements, as well as all the before and after pseudo elements, should then inherit the box sizing property set to border box, okay? So box sizing inherit. All right, and with that we have our global like reset here set up. So the margin to 0, padding to 0, and all the elements inheriting the border box for box sizing. Now the other thing that I need to do, of course, is to set the global font size. And once more, we're going to set it to 62.5%. And remember why that is? Well, this is just so that 1 rem equals 10 pixels, okay? And so that makes it a lot easier for us to work with rems. And just as a reminder why it's 62.5%, that's just because 10 pixels, which is our target, so what we want, divided by 16 pixels, which is the browser default, results in 62.5%. Okay, so this is just a reminder for you in case you have forgotten how we reached this 62.5%. Okay, so that is the HTML. Now we have the body here already, but this background color, of course, was just a test. And so what I really want to set here is the font family. So font family, and as I mentioned, this time we're going to use Open Sans, which once again is coming from Google Fonts. So you see that I already included it here. Okay, so it's coming from Google Fonts. Okay, well, and if that one fails, so if for some reason the browser cannot load Open Sans from Google Font, then we simply tell the browser to use a sans serif font instead. Okay, so that's pretty standard. Now we also set the font weight to 400 and then the line height of the overall document to 1.6. All right, and now we also want that gradient that I showed you. So the color here is gone. Okay, and what we want for the background is basically this gradient going from this pink color here in the top left corner all the way to this darker pink here in the right bottom corner. Okay, so it's basically a gradient going from this side to this side. Oops, sorry, here to this corner with these two pink branding colors that we're using for this app. Okay, so these are the colors that we're going to use, but of course we're not just going ahead and copy these colors down here to the gradient, but instead we're going to use variables just like we did before with SAS variables. Now in this project we are not going to use SAS variables because I want to show you something else, something new in CSS, and that is CSS custom properties, which are better known as CSS variables. So that means that we can actually right now use variables in CSS and don't have to rely on SAS variables. Now maybe you're wondering what's wrong with SAS variables? Why would we use CSS custom properties or CSS variables? Well, the first thing is of course that with CSS variables you don't even need a preprocessor. So if you're just using SAS for the variables, then you wouldn't need it anymore because CSS can now natively handle CSS variables. But that's of course not the only advantage of CSS variables. What's also really cool is that they can be manipulated in JavaScript and we can also edit them in our DevTools. Also, it's easier to use CSS variables in the calc function, and also CSS variables cascade and they are inherited. So they are very different from SAS variables in that regard. Okay, so let's now actually use CSS variables or custom properties. Now these custom properties, they have to be defined inside a scope, and so within a declaration block. So just like something like this here, okay? So this is a declaration block, remember. Now we could put these variables just in any normal selector, like any selector that we want. But then these variables would only be available in that element and its children, okay? And that's of course not what we want. Also, it's easier to just have one central place where we collect all the variables in one place, right? And this one place is usually the root pseudo class. So let's write that out. So just like this. So this is the root pseudo class. And this is essentially like the same thing as the HTML selector, but with a higher specificity, okay? So by putting all our variables in here, they will be accessible throughout the entire document, because that's what the root of a document is. It's like the global parent element. And therefore, all the variables we're going to declare here will be available to all the child elements. And this is how we actually declare custom properties. We use double dash, so dash dash, and then the name of the property. So color primary. And now we can copy this part here. All right, and that's it. So you see that it actually works very similar to a normal CSS property, okay? So we have like margin 0, and up here we have our custom property, which is color primary, and then this part here. The only difference is that we use these dash dash in order to distinguish between our custom properties and the normal, like built-in CSS properties. Okay, so let's define the other two primary colors as well. So color primary light, which is this one, and then color primary dark, which is this one. All right, and now we have our custom CSS variables or custom properties. Okay, and so now let's actually go use these properties. And that's how it works. So remember, we want that gradient. So background image, linear gradient, then the direction, actually in here of course, to right bottom, and then the colors. And this is how we use them. We use the var function, and then in here we call our custom property. So color primary light is the first color, and then color primary dark. And that's it. And now just the background size. Let's set it to cover. And now let's take a look at this. And here we go. Well, it looks a bit weird, but this is actually what we told it to do. Okay, so we set this linear gradient on the body, but right now the body is only really this element here. So this small text that we have here, okay? And so the height of the body is just these 16 pixels. Then from there, the background simply repeats down here. So this is simply the same background over and over again, but repeated. And that's actually the default in CSS. But we can remove that by writing background repeat and set it to no repeat. Okay, and now it should be gone. And here we go. So now the background is only really on the body element itself, just as we specified. Just for now, let's increase this body to cover the entire viewport height, okay? So 100 VH, but we're later gonna remove this one when our element becomes larger than 100 viewport height. Or actually we can do it differently. We can just say min height, okay? And then it happens exactly the way we want, okay? So the minimum height will be 100 VH, but if the height can be bigger than that, well then it will simply be bigger. So this 100 VH is not really like strictly enforced, okay? So let's take a look at that now. And here we go. So now it's covering the entire viewport height because we said that the body should be all of this, so 600 pixels in this case. And now the last thing that I want to define here is the overall text color, okay? So let's actually go up here and create some more variables with these. I'm actually just going to go ahead and copy these here and then just put the dashes here. So I'm going to use multiple cursors here. Dash, dash, gray, light, and then the number here, of course. Okay, and now just these ones. All right, so these are our primary colors. These are a couple of light gray colors, and then the darker gray colors. So this is here is the one that we're going to use for text. Okay, so gray, dark, 2. And actually, let me add color here as well, just as we had here for the primary colors, okay? All right, so color, var color, well, where are the other ones? I want gray dark, 2, I think. Maybe something is wrong here, and yeah, actually it is. So we're missing the semicolons here at the end of the code, right? All right, so that's better now. So hopefully it works now. And yeah, here we go. So it's now this gray color here. Okay, and so these are our basic settings for this project. So we defined some custom CSS properties, which behave just like variables, right? Then we defined our global reset, like with this global box sizing set to border box, and we did our margin and padding set to 0. We defined our global font size so that 1 rem equals 10 pixels to make our life easier. And then we just set these font definitions here, and then our background gradient. Okay, so we're not going to need this file anymore. Let me just close it. And then in the next lecture, it's time to actually start building the overall layout of this project. So let's move on now. In this lecture, we will build the overall layout of our app. And so we will first discuss how to do that, and then use Flexbox for the first time in the real life to create a part of that layout. So looking at the final design of our app, what can we say about the overall layout of this interface? Well, first of all, there is this huge container here. So all of this, which actually holds the entire app. Okay? And that container is then also nicely centered here in the viewport. So that's the first element of the layout. Then in this container, we first have this header part here, let's say, where we have the logo, the search bar, and then these user navigation items. Okay, so this here is the header. And then below that, we basically have 2 big parts. The first one I call the sidebar, which is this one here. So it has this navigation, and it has this small legal text here, okay? And then on the right side, we have this hotel overview, which is how I like to call this. So a huge block which then contains all of this information about this hotel that we're currently watching. So these are the three big parts inside of the container. First, the header here on top, then on the left side, the sidebar, and then here on the right side, the hotel view. Okay? So let's mark that up in HTML before we start writing the CSS for that. So let's start with the overall container, and I'm using a div element for that. And once again using emit here, so container. So that's our container where all the content will be. Then in there we have, as I mentioned, the header, and for that one we're going to use the header element in HTML5, okay? So header with the class of header, okay? So that's the top part. Let's actually write header in here. So the header part, and then remember that we have the sidebar and the hotel view. Now, in order to position these two elements, we actually need a container for them, okay? And I'm going to call that one content. So I'm using a div again, and then content. So basically the content is like the entire part which is below the header. So it's the sidebar, for which I'm using the nav HTML5 element, because it mainly holds our navigation, okay? And so I think nav is the best element to show that, to convey that meaning to the element, okay? So nav and then sidebar. So I'm writing navigation here just so we know what box is what, and then we have the hotel view. And this time I'm using the main HTML5 element because I think this is the perfect element, because as the name says, the main element is where the main part of a website or a web app goes. And in this case, that's clearly this hotel view. Okay, and so main is perfect here. So hotel view. And that is actually already our overall layout. Okay, so that's exactly what we have here. Header, then the content, which is all of this together, and then on the left side, the navigation, or the sidebar actually, how I called it, and then here on the right side, the hotel view. Okay, so let's now move over to our layout file here and start writing our code. So we have our container, we have our header, the content, sidebar, and finally hotel view. And let's start with our container. So the first thing I want to define is the width of this container. And I'm once again going to use max width here so that the container can decrease if there's not enough space to display our 120 rem, which is the width that we want for this container. Okay, so 1200 pixels basically if we have enough space, but if it's not enough space, so if the viewport is less than 1200 pixels, then we simply occupy 100% of that available viewport width. Okay, and that's what max width does. All right, then I also want to center it in the viewport. And I'm using our old trick here with margin. Okay, so top and bottom, let's actually put 8 rem here, so 80 pixels, and then the left and right side set to auto, as we did in the previous project as well. Okay, and so that centers the container inside of its parent element, which is the body in this case. Now we also want a background color in this container, and the one I'm going to use is color gray light 2. Okay, so this one, let me show it to you. So base, I'm actually going to leave it open here. So this is the gray color that I defined for the background. Okay, and then we also want a nice box shadow, and a really dark one actually. So 0 in the X direction, of course, then 2 rem, and now 6 rem, so really huge blur here, and then a 0.3 opacity. Okay, so let's actually take a look at that. Well, actually before we should maybe define a height here as well. So a max, or actually a min height. Okay, and so this is just for testing purposes once again. Okay, and so now we can take a look at the result, and here we go. Okay, let's close this one here. And so that looks pretty good already. So we have our nice shadow here, and we can see our 3 layout elements here as well. So header, navigation, and hotel view. So let's go back. And actually we can reuse this shadow maybe in the future. And so I want to show you that we cannot only use colors, we can use other stuff as well as variables, okay? So let's add a new one here, simply called shadow dark. And then we can do it like this. So variables, of course, not only work for colors here, but we can store other things in there as well. So let me now just copy this. And then in here, I can simply say var again, and then the name of the variable. So let's check that out. And you see it still works the same, okay? And so now if we need it, we can reuse it later in the project. Okay, so now it's time for the header. And here, once again, I'm going to define a height. And this one will be 7 rem, so 70 pixels in height. I want it to have a background color, a white one. And this time I'm simply just going to write out FFF because I know that that means white. And then it should also have a border bottom. Okay, and actually the color that I want here is this light gray. And the one that I want here is the gray number 1. Okay, so these are just very subtle variations of the same light gray. So let me show that to you. Okay, and so here you see it. Okay, so next up, let's think about the navigation and the hotel view. So for the sidebar, we want a background color of this dark gray here. So the darkest color of all. So var and gray dark 1. And on the hotel view, we simply want a white background. So let's grab this one as well. And let's now take a look again. And all right, now of course, we want these two to be side by side, right? So the navigation on the left side, in the hotel view on the right side. And what is the perfect tool for doing that? And I'm sure you guessed it, we're going to use Flexbox now. So in order to start Flexbox, all we need to do is to set the display property of the Flex container to Flex, right? So display Flex, and that's it. So this one here, of course, will be our Flex container, right? Because it's the one that holds the two elements we want side by side. So content will be our Flex container, and sidebar and hotel view will be our two Flex items. Okay, so just to see if this actually worked, let's take a look. And yeah, so actually they are side by side now, not occupying a lot of space, of course, but they are already side by side. And so that's a good starting point. Now let's set some properties on the individual items in order to make them look more like this here, okay? So the navigation should have a width, and I'm sure that you know how to do that, right? So the property that we use with Flexbox to define width is the Flex basis property. Now we should always use it in the shorthand Flex property, okay? So that's what we're going to do now. So Flex, then the first one is Flex grow, and we don't want the element to grow beside the width that we're going to define. We also don't want it to shrink, okay? Because remember that the second value here stands for Flex shrink, so it's 0 as well. And then we want the Flex basis, which is 18%. And that's it. So 18% is the number that I came up with, which is the perfect width for this sidebar. But you can experiment with other numbers here until it fits the perfect width for you. And so that's it. So once again, with Flex, we said that we don't want the element to grow if there's some space. We also don't want it to shrink if there's not enough space, but we always want it to keep at 18%. And since it's a percent value here, it's actually okay to say that we don't want it to shrink, because it will automatically shrink because it's a percentage, right? So it's not like a pixel value. In that case, it would be better to allow it to shrink, but right now it's good like this, okay? So let's check it out. And all right, you see here that it has now this 18%. In the hotel view, well, it's still this very small. Let's actually give it a background color as well, a different one. So just to see it a bit better. So I'm sure you guessed it, it's orange red again. So you see that this element is still very small, which of course we don't want. We want it to occupy the entire remaining space, right? So using Flexbox terms, we want it to grow as much as it can. And what it means in code is to simply say flex 1. Okay, and that's it. So again, by using flex 1, what we say is that the element should grow as much as it can. So over all the available space that it has. And that's what happened here. So it now grew all the way until the right side and is occupying the remaining 82%, right? So 100 minus 18 is 82. And so that is the power of Flexbox. There's no floats, there is no clear fixes, there's no weird hacks like all that. Just very simple, just 3 lines of code actually. We just wrote this flex here, and the display to flex. So that was all we needed to create this small layout. Okay, and that's actually all I had to show you in this lecture. So the overall layout is now coded up, and we're ready to start building here the header. So that's what we're going to do right in the next lecture. Welcome back. In this lecture and the next one, we're going to build the header part of the app. And that will include using SVG images as icons instead of an icon font. So you're going to learn what SVGs actually are, how to find, generate, and use SVG sprites in HTML, how to change the color of an SVG image in CSS, and finally, you will learn some more advanced Flexbox alignment techniques, which we're going to need to lay out all the components in the header. So in our header, we basically have 3 main components. We have the logo here, okay? Then we have this search bar with this input field here and this icon. And then on the right side, we have something that I call the user navigation. So we have like bookmarks, a chat functionality, and the name of the user. Okay, so these 3 are the main components: logo, search bar, and user navigation. So let's mark that up in our HTML right now. So, header. And we start with the image, which I simply call logo. And the source for this one is in the IMG folder and simply called logo. And as a description, I just use Trill logo. Alright, so that's the first part. Next, we have a search bar, and for that, I'm using a form element, okay? And the action is just the hash symbol, so nothing happens, okay? Now in here, we want an input, which is called search input. And as you see, once again, I'm using the BEM notation here, okay? So search is my block, and then the element is the input separated with these 2 underscores, okay? Now we also have the placeholder here, which says search hotels, okay? And then the button. And you can guess, this one is called search button. Now remember that in here, in the button, we actually had this little icon, this magnifying glass, so this icon here, right? So in the last Natures project that we built, and maybe in your projects that you've built for yourself, we've been using icon fonts, right? But this time we're going to do it differently, and we're going to use SVGs as icons, okay? Now, why are we actually moving away from icon fonts to SVGs? Well, there are several problems with icon fonts, like the fact that it's really just a hack to display icons, which are like images using a font. Also, icon fonts fail more often than you would think, and in that case, the browser just displays a black square or something like that on the screen. And that's really terrible. And there are actually other issues, like screen readers for blind people trying to read out the icon fonts, and of course failing to do so. Alright, and because of all that, right now it's actually considered a best practice to move away from icon fonts and to move to a better alternative. And that better alternative is of course SVG. Now what is SVG actually? Well, SVG stands for Scalable Vector Graphics, and it's just basically a way of writing vector graphics with code. But don't worry, we're not going to write any SVG code here for icons, okay? Instead, we're going to use a great app called iCommune. And so let's open that one, iCommune.io. And so it's just really a simple web app, okay? So let's move here to here where it says iCommune app. So here in the iCommune app, you can upload an icon font if you want, for example here. So if you have an icon font on your computer and want to convert it to SVGs, then you can do it in here, okay? But what's even better is that we can just select some icons from their free library. Okay, so let's do that. So if you come down here, you have add icons from the library. Then you have all of these free libraries with these free icons. Okay, so you can take a look at all of these. And the ones that I'm choosing are called in typo. Okay, so in typo plus, because I really like these and I think they look great on our app. So we just hit add. And then from here, all we have to do is to select the icons that we actually want. Okay, and if we take a look at this finished app, we see that we actually need 10 icons. So these 4 icons here, then a star, then this bookmark, this chat, this location pin, this list item icon here, and then finally, of course, the magnifying glass, which is the one we're going to use next. Okay, so these 10 icons is the one that we need to select. And so here is one, here is the next one, then here is the plane, here is the chat, down here we have the house, and also the key down here. Let's see, the location, then here the magnifying glass, the map, and finally the star down here. Okay, so we have our 10 icons selected. You can see it here, we have 10, okay? Now if you wanted other icons or more icons, you could of course select as many as you wished, okay? So all we have to do now is to come here, generate SVG and more, and then we see our 10 icons that we selected. Then we hit here the settings, okay? So we see that there will be a class prefix called icon, and we don't want any PNGs, we just want SVGs, okay? So it says SVG here now, and now we can hit download and open it up. So when you open this folder, it gives you all this stuff here, which you really don't use, okay? So all we need are these SVG files here, and even more importantly, this file here, so symbol devs, and this is a so-called sprite file. So what is a sprite file? Well, it's simply an SVG file which contains all of these 10 SVG images in it. Okay, and so that's the one that we're actually going to use, because this way we only have to use one global file, which is this one here, and from there we can select each of the icons. And so this way we only have one HTTP request for one file, instead of having to include all of these 10 different files. So icon sprites like this one here is the way to go, and that's how all professionals do it, okay? Also we have this HTML file here, which is just so that we can see the names of the icons. And actually this is not the right one. The one that we need is just demo. So these are the names of the icons that we can then use in HTML. So first let's get our icons here. So this entire folder, and then this one here, and I'm going to copy it to the project folder. So Trello, IMG, and then I'm pasting it in here. All right, here we go. Now I'm going to call this one sprite, and actually I already have one sprite because I included it here because I already had it, okay? So I'm going to delete it and call this one sprite. So you should also delete the sprite file that you already had and then change this one here to sprite. And so that's the one that we're going to use. I'm also leaving this folder here with these initial files because we're going to need maybe one of them later, okay? So, and with this, we are ready to use this sprite SVG file. So let's go back to our code editor here and include it. Now, how do we actually do that in HTML? Well, we use the SVG element, which I'm going to call search icon. And then in here, we have to use something called use, okay? So use, and then an attribute called xlink : href. So that sounds a bit strange, but that's just how we can include the SVG file and then reference each separate icon in there, okay? So img sprite.svg, and that's the name of the sprite file. And now from here, we have to select the icon that we want. So let's see how it's called. And it's called icon magnifying glass. Let's copy that. And now we use hash and then the name of the icon. And that's actually it. So closing it, and here we go. So this is really the best way to include SVGs in HTML using a SVG sprite like we did. And that's because this way we can actually change the color of each of the icons using CSS. And I'm going to show you how in a little bit. Okay? Now another thing that I need to tell you is that using SVGs like this with the xlink href attribute is only going to work on a web server. So only on a web server you will be able to see this sprite SVG file. But since we're doing that, actually, okay, we are using a web server, which is this local one here. So this localhost server, and that's why it actually works. And so here is our SVG icon, right? So everything works perfectly, and we're now ready to start using SVGs in our HTML. And that's a great step. Now this is of course not formatted here at all, but we're going to take care of that later. And another advantage actually of SVG is that it makes it really easy to format these icons. With icon font, it was always really hard to put them exactly the way we wanted, but with SVGs, that problem is gone, and it's actually super easy. Okay, and now finally, the user navigation. So we're using the nav HTML5 element here for the navigation. And then in here, I'm going to put 3 boxes. So let me show that to you. So 1 box for each of these. This box, and this box. Okay, so let's do that. So user nav, the name of the block, nav icon, and then in here our SVG. Now actually this is not the name that I wanted here. Let me change that. So icon box. So now it's okay. So this is a box where the icon will sit. And this one is the user nav icon. And now let's use the use again. So xlink href and img sprite. And this time let's check it out. We will want to use the, here it is. Let's close the icon moon. So we want the one called icon bookmark, and the next the one called icon chat. So icon bookmark, and next time the icon chat. Let's actually copy that already. Okay, so icon chat. Give it some space here. All right. And actually we also want like this notification indicator here, right? So this small notification circle here, okay? So that's just a span element, which I'm calling user nav notification. And here let's put a 7, and then in the other one, let's put 13. Okay, and now the next box, user nav, and this one I'm calling simply the user. So if you have an image here, as you remember, and this one is called, I think it's the one just called user, and that's actually a picture of myself. So user photo, and then just a span for the name. So user nav, username, and then my name in here. And that is our HTML markup for the header. So let's check it out now. And that's of course terrible at this point. So let's try to do some quick formatting here, especially of the images and icons, which are now like really huge. Okay, so we should fix that. So let's now open our components file here, because from now on, I'm going to write all the code for all these smaller components right here into this file. Now this stuff that we're going to put here, these are not really components in the meaning that I gave them in the last project. So they're not necessarily really reusable across projects, but I'm still calling them simply components here, because that's the easiest way to do it here right now. Okay, so this one is simply called logo. And what I want here is a height of 3.25 rem. Okay, so remember once again that this project is not really about CSS architecture and all that stuff that I showed you in the last project, because these are really important, But in this project, I just want to focus on Flexbox and on building this app. All right. So that is the logo. And let me actually put a comment here on each of these so-called components. So just a line of these slashes here to separate them. And then I simply say logo. Okay. And now I do the same thing for the search box. And down here the same thing for the user nav. So search, and in here we have the input. And of course it's 2 underscores. And the button, of course. Let's see if we have something else here. So we have input, button, oh, and here is icon as well. So, all right, icon. And now for the user navigation, let's also put these selectors here already. So user nav, and here we have the icon box. And let's see what else we have. So icon box, then we have icon here, notification, user photo, and username. So there's a lot of stuff to select here. So icon box, icon, we have the notification, the user photo, and finally the user name. So that's a lot to format here. But what I want to start with for now is these huge parts, okay? So we already gave the icon here a smaller size, but we want to do the same with this magnifying glass and with these 2 icons, and of course with this user image here, okay? So let's do that right now. So let's start with the search icon here. Now, how do we actually format an SVG icon? Well, it's really easy compared to icon fonts. All we have to do is to set its height and its width in order to size it the way we want. So let's set to RAM for both the height and the width. Check it out. And here we go. And now it's really small. And now here for the user nav icons as well. And these here should be slightly bigger. So I'm putting 2.25 rem for both the height and the width. 2.25 rem. And now finally the user photo. Let's give it a height of 3.75 rem. Okay? And since we're at it, I'll also make it a round, so border radius of 50%. And then let's see how it looks like right now. That looks better, but still far from perfect. So in the next lecture, we're going to take care of actually aligning all of these items properly, using of course Flexbox, and then to style everything so that it looks great, just like this here. Okay? So that's what we're going to take care in the next lecture. This is part 2 of building the app's header section. So to start this lecture, let's actually put these 3 elements that we have here in the header side by side. And how do we do that? Well, you guessed it, we're going to use Flexbox. So what should be the Flex container here in this case? Well, it should simply be the parent element of the elements that we want side by side. And that's these 3 here. So the logo, the search bar, and the user navigation, right? And so the parent of these is the header element. So here we go. Yeah, so in the header. So all we have to do is to set display to flex, and that will put them side by side. All right, now let's give them actually some background color so that we can see what's going on here. So the search, I'm going to use my orange-red favorite here again. And then on this one here, we can use like green, yellow. All right, check it out. So, here we go. Now, how do we want these to be aligned? We want this green one here, so the user navigation, all the way to the right side, right? And then this one here in the middle. And what is the Flexbox property that allows us to do that? I hope that you printed your cheat sheet so that you can take a look at it and find out which property we have to use, okay? And in case you don't know, we need to use justify content. And of course, that one is again on the Flex container, not on the Flex items, okay? So justify content will align the elements along the main axis. And that's the one we're talking about here, right? So what are the possible values here? For example, we could use center just to show it to you. And that's what that would do. So it would simply center all of these elements side by side here in the center of the Flex container. But that's also not what we want, because what we really want is space between. Okay, and so it will basically divide the empty space between these three elements. And that's what that looks like, and it's perfect. That's exactly what we want. We could also do like space around. Let me show that to you as well. It would result in this one, but that puts way too much space here on the left side of this one and here on the right side. So we don't want that. We only want a little space, and so we're going to do that later with margins. But for now, in here, let's do space between. And I think that this one is actually the most useful one of all. All right. So that is alignment along the main axis, so from left to right. But we also want to align these items along the cross axis, right? So basically here from top to bottom. So that, for example, we can have this image here nicely centered vertically in the header. So if we didn't have Flexbox, we could now use like margin top and would then have to experiment which is the perfect margin. But Flexbox makes our lives so much easier, and all we have to do is to use the align items property, right? So remember that one? So align items and simply set it to center. And that's what it will produce. So this one is now nicely centered vertically, so along the cross axis, and so is this one and this one. This one is of course overlapping it because there's too much content in it, but still it is now centered. So you saw that before it was set to stretch, and that's why this element here was occupying the entire space, so everything here was orange, right? But now we set it to center, and so it's vertically centered now. So that is align items. So all we have to really do now is to just format these elements here, okay? So let's start with our logo and simply give it some margin to the left side of 3 rem, okay? And so now that's perfect, so really nicely positioned here. So starting here with the search element, let's first give it some width, okay? And since it's a flex item, let's do that using the flex property. So flex, we don't want it to grow to fill all its available space, okay? We also don't want it to shrink, and we want it to occupy 40% of the header, okay? Now, as for the input element, this is how we want it to look like, okay? So it's this gray rounded element here with this gray icon here at the end, okay? So let's now do that. And so we start with the font family, which on an input element doesn't inherit the font family of the global document. And so we have to automatically set it to inherit here. And the same thing for the font size, actually. So let's set it to inherit here as well. And then we want the background color. And again, we're going to use our variables here. And the one that we want right now is this gray color here, okay? So light gray 2. We want it to have no border. We also want the text color to be inherited. Okay, so we set all of these here in the same place. Well, what else can we do? We can set some padding. So 0.7 rem on the top and bottom, and 2 rem on the left and on the right side. So 20 pixels. Now we also can set that border radius to a really high number. Doesn't matter. Can even set it in pixels. It doesn't really matter. Just a high number so that it has these rounded edges. And okay, let's take a look actually. And that's what it looks like. Well, still not perfect, but we're kind of getting there. We have to actually give it a width here, okay? And we're not doing 100% because we want this to happen when we click it. You saw that? So it expanded when it received the focus, and when we click outside, it goes back to the original size. So let's set it to like 90%. Okay, and then we can also change what we want to happen when we focus the element. So focus, we don't want that outline, okay? But instead what we want to happen is that the width should be set to 100%. So that was the effect that we saw earlier. So when the input element becomes focused, it increases from 90% to 100% of its available width, which is this 40% here of the parent element. And we also want it to become a little bit darker, which is basically the same thing as this, but the light number 3. So that's a bit darker. And for the animation here, transition all in 0.2 seconds. So let's take a look at that now. And that's much better. So when we click it, it increases to 100%. Great. Well, it's still not perfect, but for now, let's continue with styling this button here now, okay? So here we are, the button. So first, we don't want any border on it. And then we want it to have the same background color as the input, because we basically want it to be like on top of the input, right? And actually, in order for that to happen, we should give the input here some negative margin on the right side. So margin right, and then like minus 3.5 rem. And so this way, the button will move on top of the input. Okay, now let's also just remove the focus here from this one. So outline none, but what happens instead is that basically when we click the button, we just want it to move a bit down. So transform, translate Y, and then let's just say 2 pixels. All right, let's take a look now. And that's much better. So now it's actually on top of the search bar. And when we click this, we see this nice animation going on. Now what's left to do here is to actually center this icon here vertically as well as horizontally, right? Because when the input field is not active, we want it to be at the center of this element here, right? So of the parent element. So how do we do that? Well, the best solution is once again to use Flexbox. And so you see each time we want to center something or to align something, we can always use Flexbox. So Flexbox is perfect for all of these small situations where we need to align or center some elements. So what should actually be the flex container of these elements? Well, of course, it's the search element, right? And so now, for the first time, we're doing something that we didn't do before, which is that a flex item is becoming a flex container. And that is perfectly possible. So we now have nested Flexbox. Okay? So again, let's take a look. And it's already centered, you see, because align items is set to stretch. So align items, let's move it from stretch to center, and then justify content also to center. So again, align items to center centers the elements along the cross axis, and justify content center centers the elements along the main axis. So let's check that out. And yep, that is exactly what we wanted, right? So now I hit this, and now it grows to the sides. So that's perfect. Now this margin here is not perfect here actually, but that's because of the negative margin that I gave it here on the other side, which is actually a bit too much. So it was here. And actually another thing that we have to do is to set the background color of the button to the same color of this focused here when the input is focused, right? So right now, if you look closely, you will see that if the input is selected, the background color here of this icon is slightly lighter, okay? So let's fix that. And we have to actually do it outside here. So input, focus, and then select the adjacent search button, right? So we did that a lot of time in the other project. So just to remember, here we have the input and here we have the button, and they are siblings, okay? And so therefore we can use the adjacent selector to select the sibling of the selected input, okay? So here in the components, and now what we want to happen is that the button becomes the same background color as the input, okay? And so now it should be perfect. All right, now one last thing is the color of this magnifying glass. Remember that I told you that with the way that we included the SVG sprite in the HTML, we could change the SVG color right in CSS, right? So let me now show you how we can do that. And it's actually very easy. All we have to do is to use the fill property. So fill, and that's it. And now we can specify our color. And the one that I want is this dark gray here, the number 3. And that's actually it. Let's just remove here this background color. And then this component will be completely ready. Okay, let's just compare it to this one. Well, this is actually a bit different because the text is bigger here and lighter. And so we should change that as well. So basically the placeholder here has a lighter text. Then when we start typing, it becomes the dark text that we have in our example, right? So what we have to do here is to change the placeholder text. So let's do that. So input, and then remember what we want is the WebKit input placeholder pseudo element. So WebKit input placeholder, meaning that this only works in WebKit right now, which are the Chrome and Safari browsers. So we want a font width of 100 only and a color of a light gray 4. Okay, and now just remember that we put the font size here to inherit. And so it inherits the global font size, which is 10 pixels, remember, so 1 rem. But that's quite small actually. And so let's set a default font size here on the header. Okay, so let's go to the header and set a font size here. And then it will inherit the font size from this parent component. So let's set it to 14 pixels here, so 1.4 rem. And then check it out again. And yeah, that's much better. Now that looks a lot like our original, right? So this one here. So that was some great progress. You used a lot more Flexbox in this lecture to align these smaller elements here in this component and also overall in this header here, right? So Flexbox is perfect for these small kind of situations where you have to do some simple alignments. So instead of messing with margins and translates and floats and text align center and all of that stuff, we just use Flexbox and it's perfect for that. Now next up, we need to fix this user navigation here, of course, but I'm leaving that to the next lecture so that you can take a break right now and then come back to the next lecture once you're ready to go. All right, let's now finish the header in this third part. So we formatted the logo, we formatted the search bar. Now it's time to format the user navigation. And the first thing we have to do is to put these 3 elements, so this one, and this one here, all side by side. And so what's better than using Flexbox for that, right? So down here we have the user navigation. And so we're going to set display to flex to turn this into a flex container. And so once again, we have the situation that we had with the search bar before, where a flex item is also at the same time a flex container. And that is completely normal. It's no problem to do that. And it's actually pretty common, as you will see throughout the rest of the project. We're going to do that all the time. So display flex, and this is what it looks like. Now the next step is to vertically center these elements here, right? So along the cross axis. And so we use align items. Set to center. And so that's what we get, and that's much better. So what can we do next? Well, let's take a look at this here. And so the next thing that I want to do is to apply the spacing here. Oh, what's going on here? Let's reload it. Right. So the next thing that I want to do is to give it this spacing here between these boxes, and then also this gray background color on hover, right? So let's very quickly implement that. So where we want this space to happen is basically on the user nav icon box and this one and the user. Okay, so these two classes. Now we could go ahead and group them, so make a selector for icon box and user at the same time, but I'm simply going to do it like this. So the user nav and then all of the direct children. And that will have the exact same effect, right? Because we only select the direct children, which is what that selector here does. So all we do is to select this element, and this one. And that's exactly what I was saying before, right? So first some padding, and we want 0 on the top and 2 on the left and right, so 2 rem. And we wanted to have a cursor in the form of a pointer. So I don't know if you saw that in the demo. And now let's take care of that background. So we select all of them again, but this time on hover. And what we want to happen is the background color set to our gray light 2 color. So let's copy that from here because it's a lot of code to type out. So this one here. Now this is not going to work as expected, but I'm going to show it to you why. So this is the gray hover for this icon box, and then for the user. So the height of this entire navigation bar here is given by the height of this element here, right? But that's not really what we want. We want this navbar to fill this entire space all the way from the beginning of the header to the end. So how can we actually achieve that? And there's one great Flexbox property for that, which I showed you before, and it's called align self, okay? So this is like align items, but for one individual flex item, right? So align self, and we want this one set to stretch. Okay, so remember that in the header here, we set the align items to center. And that's why the 3 elements, the logo, the search bar, and the user nav are vertically centered. But in fact, we don't want the navbar to be vertically centered. And so we override the align items here with align self, setting it to stretch, which will then produce this result. Okay, and so that's much better. Now all we have to do to fix the fact that this hovering here is not going all the way from the top to the bottom is to then set the height of all of these elements to 100%. So let's check it out now. And so here we go. Now it's hovering the entire area. Okay, and so that is the power of align self. Now what's happening here, of course, is that this icon and this text is all the way at the top of its parent element. That's completely normal, but we should fix that. It should obviously be centered here vertically, right? And I'm sure that by now you can guess how we're going to do that. So Flexbox to the rescue. So let's go to the icon box, display, flex, and then align items, set to center. So once more, remember that align items aligns the flex items along the cross axis, and so usually vertically, and that's exactly what we want. So we want to center it vertically, so we use align items. And so now you see that we are already at the 3rd level of flex containers, right? So that actually works. So the header is a flex container, then the navbar here, all of this element is a flex container, and now the icon box itself is a flex container as well. So we're already at the 3rd level of flex containers. And once more, that's no problem. That is absolutely okay. That is just how Flexbox works, really. And actually, since we're doing this, we should actually do the same thing here with the user, right? So all of this should also be vertically centered. And so instead of putting it here in the icon box where we put it, we can actually put it here so that we do it to all of the direct children. So the 2 icon boxes as well as the user. Okay, and so that is much better. So all of these 3 are now effectively flex containers as well. All right, so let's now take care of these icons here. So changing the color and then formatting the notification here as well. So as for the icon, we already have its height and its width. Now let's also take care of the color of the icon. So once again, let's use the fill property. setting it to a dark gray. So the same one as well. Where is it? Actually, it's not here anywhere. So let's just copy this here and then change it. So color gray dark 2. Okay, so that's this one. So 777. So that's the color. And now let's format the notification here. So it should have a font size of 0.8 rem, so really small, then a height of 1.75 and a width as well of 0.75 rem, so 0.75, and here the same, and then a border radius set to 50%, and actually here it's 1.75, so such as I had it in the beginning. So 1.75 rem. Then the background color should be our primary pink color. So that's our primary color. And then the text in there should be white. And so I'm just going to use FFF here again. And so let's take a look at that. And that looks pretty good already. Now we have to actually position this element here on top of the icon, right? And so the best way of that is this time not using Flexbox. So Flexbox doesn't really give us a way to perfectly position an element exactly where we want it, but instead we're just going to use absolute positioning here, okay? So let's do that. So position absolute, and then remember the parent element should be set to position relative. So position relative here. And now let's say we want it on the top like 0 and from the right like 1 rem, just to experiment with this. And somehow it's gone. I see it's up here now and I'm not really sure why that is. So I guess maybe it's best to remove this position relative from here and put it here. So maybe it doesn't work that well on an SVG element, which the icon is in fact. And so let's just put it on the icon box. And so yeah, that works much better. Now we just have to move it down a little bit. So top like 1.5 rem. All right, here we go. Now just maybe a bit more to the left side. So increase it here, so 1.1 rem, but that should be perfect already. Now let's just get rid of this background color here. It looks kind of silly by now. And yeah, so that's great. Now all we have to do is to like center this text in here, both horizontally and vertically. And so let me tell you another secret, let's say, which is that we can actually use Flexbox for that as well. So Flexbox doesn't only work when we have child elements, but it works with text as well. So display flex, and now we simply have to say justify content center, which centers the content horizontally, and align items also to center, which is gonna center it vertically. So let's take a look at that. And in fact, you see that it works. So in this case, you actually have now 4 levels of Flexbox, one inside of another. Now what you see here maybe is that this is not really a circle here. And I think that's because this text here is larger than this one. You see this one is like a perfect circle, but this one is not. So I think we shouldn't use a border radius 50% here, but instead just like a very high number. So just as we did before here on this part. And actually it looks the exact same way, but never mind. This is really not a problem, all right? Now all we have to do is give it some space here on this user photo, and then I think we are good to go. So the user photo, margin left, and let's say 1 rem. And actually we don't really need to format this user here because we already did it up here with this selector where we selected all of the elements at once. And the username also doesn't really need to be selected because there's no style applying to it. Okay, let's actually set this here back to 50% because that's a cleaner solution. And so with that, I think that this is ready. Well, something here is not right, and yeah, of course it's not margin left, it's margin right. Okay, now this here looks like it has a lot more space here on this side than it has here, so it's not really symmetric. So let's change that one very quickly. So to 2 rem, and okay. So our hover here is also working. Let's compare it with this one here, and you see it actually is exactly the same. And so it's perfect. All right, so I hope that these first couple of lectures were really helpful for you to start grasping the concepts that are behind Flexbox and the different properties that we can use to align different elements in different situations like the ones that I showed you up until this point. Now there's a lot more content to come and a lot more Flexbox to use, so stay tuned for all of these lectures that are to follow. See you next time. Hey there! Let's now build the sidebar and the navigation of our app. And so we will once more build a really cool hover effect that I already showed you before. And for that, I'm going to show you how to use transform with scale Y and how to transition multiple properties with different settings. Plus, you're going to learn how and why to use the current color variable and how to use even more advanced Flexbox alignment techniques. So let's get to work. So the sidebar that I'm talking about is of course this one here. So up here we have our navigation with this nice hover effect that I was talking about, and then down here we just have some copyright text, okay? So that is what we're going to do in this lecture. And as always, let's start with the HTML markup. So we have our nav here. Let's give it some space here, and then let's start. So the navigation, as usual, is an unordered list, okay? And I'm calling it side nav. So for the side navigation, of course. Then in here, each of the navigation elements is of course a list item, and it has the name side nav, which is the block, and then the element name is simply item. Okay, and then in here, of course, the anchor element. So side nav link with the href going to nowhere. And then in here, we finally have our icon and our text. So we do this exactly the same way we did before. So SVG with the class side nav icon, and then in here we use the use element. So xlink href, and then we want our sprite SVG. And now let's take a look at which icon we actually want. So the first one is this house. Then we have the flight, then the key, and then here this map. So first up is the one called icon home. And so remember, all we have to do is to now set the hash icon here, and that's it. Close it, and here we go. So again, this is the best way of using SVGs in HTML by only including one SVG file, which is the sprite here. So we include this here and up here. But this is all the same file, so we only have one HTTP request. So that's the whole goal of having a sprite image, okay? So this one is the icon home. And so let's just add a span element here very quickly, just to put the text here, okay? So this one is for a hotel. And so this is how one list item here looks like in a navigation. So let's grab a copy of this and make 4 of them. All right, so the next one is for the flight, then car rental and tours. And so let's now get the icons. So icon, aircraft takeoff. No, that's a long one. Then the car rental was the key, so it's just key. And the last one is probably just called map. So yeah. Here we go, and map. So that is the markup for the navigation. And now let's just put the legal text right under this one, okay? So it's just a div, and I'm calling it legal, and then just some text here. So copy, and this is an HTML entity, which I showed you before, 2017 by Trillo. All right, reserved, okay? But once again, I want to mention here that you can feel completely free to use this project like in your portfolio or to show off for potential clients or something like that. What you can't do though is to claim that you designed it by yourself, okay? But it's fine if you use it for your own projects, or you can change some stuff and then do your own app maybe using this interface. So all of that is no problem, okay? But with that being said, let's now check out our webpage. And whoa, so here we go. These icons are huge, as you can see. And what you can also see is that now here the other side of the content, so the hotel view, stretched all the way here until the bottom of this container. And remember, that's because we're using Flexbox here to put this one here on side of the hotel view. Okay, and since the default of align items is stretch, well, they will both stretch all the way they can. And so automatically, when you increase the height of one of the columns here, the height of the other column increases as well. And so that's great. Without having to write any extra code, this functionality here works just fine. And usually that's exactly what we want. Okay, so moving on to our CSS now, let's write all the selectors, such as we've been doing. So first we write the selectors and then we start filling it with some code. So side navigation. So what do we have here? We have the nav item, the link. Let me see what else. So item, link, and icon. Okay, and then down here we have the legal text. And since it's a completely new block or new component, let's add a new comment. Just like this. And since we're here, let's actually already style this text. So font size 1.2 rem. The text should be aligned to the center. I want some padding of 2.5 rem here. And finally, I also want some color. So let's add it here, close to the text properties. And the color that I want is some nice light gray. And it's this one here, so the darkest of them, so that it makes a nice contrast with the really dark background. Okay, so that is the legal text. Let's now just very quickly decrease the size of these huge icons in a navigation so that it doesn't look that crazy anymore. So we say width, and let's use 175 rem. And of course the same for the height. So usually we size these icons here in SVG as squares, okay? So let's take a look now. And yeah, so that's much better. Of course, there's a lot of formatting to do here still, but we can do that in a bit. Well, actually there's an icon here missing. Let's check that one out. So icon, okay. So the icon here is twice. So now it should be here, yeah, there we are. Okay, now before we actually format this navigation part here, let's actually finish the formatting of this entire sidebar here, okay? Because there's still something left to do. And for that, let's first increase the height here of this hotel view to pretend that there's already a lot of content here, okay? So that it is approximately like this height here. And later we, of course, will then remove that height, okay? So component, and actually it's in the layouts here, right? So it's in the hotel view. And we can say height, let's say like something really huge, like 80 rem, okay? So these two here are just for testing purposes. We're gonna remove them later. Test. And all right, so now it's huge, just so that as it looks as if there was already a lot of content. Now, if you noticed here on the original, this text, this legal text is pushed all the way here to the bottom, okay? And I did that because it's a great opportunity to show you yet another technique in Flexbox, okay? So let me show you that. So let's think together here. Imagine that this overall sidebar here would be a Flex container and that this legal text and this navigation here were the Flex items. How would you then create a lot of space here in between these two so that the legal text is pushed all the way to the bottom? What do you think is the best way of achieving this? Well, the justify content property set to space between sounds actually perfect for that, right? Now this works along the main axis. And so the main axis is usually from the left to the right, so like this, not from top to bottom. But there is actually a solution for that, and that is to use flex direction. And so right now, we are finally going to use flex direction with a really good use case for it, okay? So let's do that. And so all we have to do is to come here to the sidebar, set it to display flex, to say that it's a flex container, and then say flex direction, and set it to column. And now we just changed the direction of the main axis from left to right to top to bottom. Okay? Now without declaring anything else here, this will not change much, as you can see here, right? So it still looks the same. But now we are ready to use the justify content property. So justify content, and we want it set to space between. And the result is of course that. So now this legal text is pushed all the way to the bottom, while this here stays at the top. And that's because Flexbox divides all the available white space between the elements. And in this case, there are only two elements, and so therefore one is pushed to one side and the other one is pushed to the other side. Of course, we could also change it to other things. So let's do that here in the DevTools. So we could have space around as always. And then it would look like this. So it would have half the space here on one side, the other half here on the other side, and then the same thing for the navigation. But that's not what we want here, right? We just want each one in a different corner. So space between. So all we have to do is reload. And here we go. So I hope that made a lot of sense to you, okay? So we had to change the flex direction from row to column so that we could use the justify content in a different direction than the one that we were used to doing it. Okay, so up here, for example, we use justify content from the left to the right, and here we use it from the top to the bottom because we rotated the flex direction. Okay, and so that is a technique you should always keep in mind because it's one that can be really useful for your own projects as well. All right, so now all we have to do is to style this navigation here because this looks like quite unfinished yet, right? And we're going to leave that to the next lecture after a quick break. Now it's time to style the navigation itself and to build that cool hover effect that I showed you before. Now, first of all, let's actually style the text here and the icon so that we can then apply this hover effect, okay? So starting with that, coming over to our components here, the first thing that I actually want to do is to set the font size here on the side navigation. So font size 1.4 rem. Then I want to get rid of the list style, of course, such as always. And then also give it a nice margin to the top of 3.5 rem. All right, and now the link. We of course need to apply the link pseudo class here. So link, and then of course also the visited. So first of all, the color, and this one shouldn't be really white, so I want it to be this really light gray. Okay, that looks better than pure white on such a dark background. Next, let's get rid of the underline. So text decoration, none. Then a text transform to uppercase. And we should also display them as a block or an inline block. It doesn't really matter, it's really the same. So let's just say a block. Okay, and then we want some padding on them. So 1.5 rem at the top and 3 left and right. Okay, so let's take a look at that. And that is already much better. So now all we have to do is to style these icons here and give them the same white color and some margin here on the right side. So margin right, 2 rem, and then the fill. Okay, now we want them to be the same color as the link. And so I could now go ahead and just copy this color variable and paste it here. But we actually can do better by using something called current color. Okay, and current color basically is just the color of the current element or the parent element. Okay, and so that is really useful. Current color is really awesome. And I will actually show you another example of that a bit later. And also it's really well supported by many browsers. So I don't know why more people doesn't use it, because it really can be used all over the place, not just with fill here, but again, I'm going to show you another example a bit later. Okay, so this current color simply means the color of this element here, or the parent. So let me show that to you. And yeah, so now it's white actually. Okay, and if I were to change now the color on this one here, like to blue, then it will become blue because that's now the current color of this element. So you see that? Now it's blue. Okay, and another awesome application is, for example, imagine that we had a hover effect on this link here. Okay, just to show it to you very quickly. So hover, and on this hover we wanted to change the color of the link to orange red, of course. So what would happen then with the icon? Well, it would become orange as well. So that is really, really useful, okay? So without current color, we then would have to write some code to make the icon here orange as well, and that would be a lot of work. So with current color, we can avoid all of that because it will simply like inherit the color. So really useful feature. I just wanted to show it to you here. Now, if you watch closely here, you see that these are actually not well aligned. So this one here starts a little bit before the tour. So it's not well aligned. It's not vertically centered. So, of course, we can use Flexbox for that. And what is the Flexbox container here? Well, let's just take a look at our markup. And so here's the icon. So this SVG, and here is the text. So these two elements should be vertically aligned, and therefore our Flex container is side nav link. Okay, so this one here. So this is very easy. Display Flex, and then align items, right? And set it to center. And that's it. With just 2 lines of code, we can automatically center these elements vertically. And yep, so here we go. So this already looks pretty similar to this version here, right? All we have to do now is this effect. And how do we do that? Well, we're going to use a before pseudo element, which we basically place before this list item here. And that is the one that will show as soon as we hover this item. Okay, so it will show and then grow to the right side. So let's implement that. So before the side nav item, we want to add a pseudo element. So item before. Okay, and that will be that small line that becomes visible and then expands to the right side. So first off, as always, we have to specify the content, otherwise it's not even going to show in the browser, okay? So the content is set to nothing. Now in order to position this, let's use absolute position and set it right to the top 0 and left 0. Okay, and also give it a height of 100% so that it has exactly the same height as the list item, okay? Then we want to give it a width of just 3 pixels and of course a background color, which is our primary color, so our primary pink. All right, now before we can check this out, we actually have to set the parent element, which is the item here, to position relative. Okay, so that the before pseudo element is then positioned in relation to that one. All right, so let's just check that out. And actually it's not here. Why is that? Let me see here in the inspector. So the before, what did I do here? Position 0. What's that? Of course it's position absolute, and you probably saw this one coming, okay? And okay, so now here it is. Now what we need here before we can continue is some space between all of these items, right? So item, and we're going to use again or not pseudo class. Okay, so just like this, not last child. Okay, so that we can add a margin bottom on all the items except the last one. So that's pretty standard by now. We've been using it all the time. So take a look again. And yeah, here we go. Now this should of course not be visible all the time, but only when we hover the item, right? And so let's do that. So down here, item hover, and then before. Okay, and so what we're going to do here is to say transform scale y to 1. And I'm going to explain you how this works in a second, but before that we have to actually change it to 0 here in the normal state, right? So this is the normal state without any hover, and so we say scale y 0. And when we then hover the item, the before pseudo element will then get the transform y back to 1, so 100%. So what is scale y? So usually when we use scale, the element scales in all of the directions, so x and y. But if we do scale y, well, then the scale only occurs in the y direction, so from top to bottom. So let me show you how that looks like. And actually for you to see it, I need to specify the transition as well. So transition, transform, and this time I'm not going to put all here because later I want to add some stuff here, okay? And just so that you can see it, I'm going to make it like really slow, so 1 second, so that you can see what happens here. So you saw that? Let me show it to you again. So basically it starts in the middle and then it grows to the sides. And so it grows in the y direction because we're using scale y, okay? And it starts in the center because that's where the transform origin is set, okay? Remember, I showed you the transform origin property before, but let me show it to you again actually. So remember the transform origin? We used it, I think, on a navigation in the Natures project. And I told you that it's usually set to center. But if we set it, for example, to bottom, then this is what's going to happen. It will start scaling at the bottom. And the same thing here, and the same thing here, and the same thing here. And if I set it to top, then of course it will start at the top. But the default is center, and that's why it starts scaling at the center. All right, and so that allows for that cool effect where it basically starts growing in the middle to both the sides. Okay, so that part of the animation is already working now. So this part here. Now what we also want is that after that it expands the width. All right, and so that's not hard to do as well. So in here we need to say that we want the width of this to be 100%. And that's it. So initially it's 3 pixels, and then it expands to 100%. Now, in order to actually see this, we need to add a delay to that width, right? Because if we don't, it will simply look like this. So it will expand immediately, and then you say it's scaling. But that's not what we want. And so there's an ability in the transition property to add different settings for different properties. So for transform, let's put 0.2 seconds. And then for the width, we can say we want it to happen in 0.4 seconds, for example, and with a delay. Remember that one? So we can set delays in transitions and in animations in general. And so we want a delay of 0.2 seconds, which is exactly the time it takes for this first transform here to happen. So first the transform happens during these 2 seconds, and we wait this time until we start transitioning the width. And that's then going to take 0.4 seconds. So let me show that to you. And here we go. So that's already pretty similar to what we have in the original demo, right? But the original looks a bit better because it has a different timing functions. You see? Let's take a look. So it starts like really slow and then accelerates. And that looks like really cool, okay? So let me show you that to you. And so I need to show you that site that I showed you before, which I don't remember right now. And the one that I want to show you is this one. So where we accelerate real fast in the beginning like this, and then in the end it slows down. So let's take a look at that example. So this one here, this pink one. So that's pretty similar to the one that I showed you in the demo, right? So what we want is cubic desire. Let's copy that. Okay. So what we want here is the cubic desired. And well, what happened here? Anyway, I can just type it out. So 1, 0, 0, 1. All right. So that's the way we want it to happen. So let's take a look at that. And yep. So now it's like the example in the website that I showed you. So basically it starts really slow, then it accelerates real fast, and then it slows down again. And so it looks like really snappy and really modern. I really like this look, okay? Now one thing, of course, that we have to fix is that this item here should be on top of this before pseudo element, right? So let's give it some z-index. And actually where we want that z-index should be here on the link, right? Because what we want is the link to be on top of the before pseudo element, right? So z-index, like 10, just some number that's higher. And that's not really working. And that is probably because we don't have the position here specified, okay? So position relative, because the z-index only works if we have a specified position, okay? And so here we go. So now it works perfectly, and we're actually almost done here. All we need to do now is to add one item that is already like selected. So this one here, right? And that's of course very, very easy. So all we have to do is to come to our HTML, and where is it? No, here it is. So all we have to say is that this one should be active. So we add a modifier here and say active. And now we come here and add it here, right? So the active state should be exactly the same as the hover state, right? So item with the modifier active. And then of course, before. So that should work now. And in fact, here we go. Okay, now we just need like an active state. And what we do is simply like this. So when we click it, the color gets a little bit brighter, okay? So it's not a huge difference, but at least we have some small active state to show the user that he clicked on the item, okay? And so that one is really easy as well. So item, and of course here it's underscore, and now the active state, and then the before pseudo element. And we simply say that the background color should be our light primary color. So color primary light. And this should also be animated. And so we can add another line to this one here, saying that the background color should be animated in like 1 second. So really fast, just so there is any animation, okay? And remember this part here, okay? So we can set different settings for different properties. And that's really cool, because this way we can have like these staged animations where first the transform happens and then the width. Okay, so with this delay that we have here. And of course, we also have different durations for different properties. So the background color in 0.1, then this one in 0.4, and this one in 0.2 seconds. And also different animation timing functions, where this one is different than the default, which is happening on a transform and background color. So we didn't use this one before, but it's just another thing that I wanted to show you here. All right, and with this, we are really done with this part here. So you see, we click and the color turns a bit brighter with this really fast animation in 0.1 second. And yeah, that's actually it. So we have the sidebar now complete and the header as well. So all there's left to do now is to actually fill this entire hotel view. All right, but for now, let's take a break and come back to this after that. So once you're ready, let's move on. Welcome back. I hope you're ready for the next part of our Trello project, which will be the hotel overview. So in this section, the new things you will learn are how to create an infinite animation and also how to use the power of Margin Auto together with Flexbox. And of course, you're going to continue using Flexbox properties for easy positioning and alignment of our elements. So the hotel overview is basically just this part here, where we get a quick overview about the name, the stars, the location, and then the average rating of the users. But before that, we also have these images here, okay? And so let's quickly start with that before we actually do the hotel overview. And that's just going to take us like 5 minutes. So let's start with that. So right here in the hotel view, we are going to add an element called the gallery. And then we have the 3 images, and I'm going to wrap each of them in a figure element. Okay, so figure and gallery item. And then in there, we have the actual image called gallery photo. Now the images that I want here are called, I think, just hotel. Yeah, hotel 1. And then here simply photo of hotel 1. And that's it. So I'm actually wrapping these images here in a figure element so that you could later like add a fig caption element here. So to give these images a caption. But I'm not gonna do that right now, okay? You can maybe do it later if you feel like it. Okay? So hotel 1 becomes 2, and then this one is just the number 3. And here the same in the description. And that's actually it. So let's go to our components file here and style this. Now just this comment here. And the first thing that we want to format is actually the photo. So gallery photo, which is the image element. So remember that in responsive design, we always want flexible images. And so we always have to define a width or a height in percentages so that the image stays fluid. So let's set a width to 100% here. Okay? And then what we're going to do to put the figure elements side by side is once again to use Flexbox. Okay? So all we have to do is set the display to flex. And then all these figure elements should be side by side. Okay? And another thing here is that the image should be displayed as a block. Okay? And that's avoid having like a small space underneath an image, which happens when we leave it as an inline element. Okay? So an image should always be a block or an inline block if we don't want that white space. So let's check that out. And actually, first of all, we should get rid here of this orange background, right? But you see that the images are actually already perfectly aligned here, right? So first of all, let's get rid of that orange background. And where is it? Here. That's much nicer. So let's just inspect these figures. And you see that because of Flexbox, they are now side by side. So if there was no Flexbox here on the gallery, then this is what they would look like. So occupying 100% of the available width. Now we could also like set these items here or these images to a third, so like to 33.333%, and then use float on these figures here. So that would produce the same effect. And then we would have to use a clear fix on the parent. And all of that is a bunch of work. And so once again, we just use Flexbox in order to achieve the same result. So put these images side by side without any clear fix hack or anything like that. Okay, so that part is done. So let's now move on to the hotel overview itself. So there are 4 parts in here. First, we have this heading. Okay, so this will be our H1 element, meaning that it's like the main title of this document. Then we have the stars here. Then after that, the location on this side, and then the overall user rating. Okay, so let's mark that up in our HTML. And to this one, I'm going to call it the overview. Okay, and then our H1 that I was talking about. So overview heading. And this hotel is simply called Hotel Las Palmas. Maybe not the most creative name, but it serves our purpose here. Okay, so the next one is the stars. And so I'm simply going to put them in a container first. So overview stars. And then in there we put our 5 stars. So one SVG icon for each of them, right? such as we did before with all the other icons. So let me actually copy that part instead of having to write it out all over again. And this one, let's see how it's called. It's probably just star. And yeah, you see it is. So icon star. And now we just need this 5 times. And so these are our 5 stars. So next up we have our location. So overview, location. Now let's just take a quick look at that in the finished example. So you see that here we have this location icon and then this underlined text. And this here is actually what I call an inline button, because down here we have it again, okay? So it's this button here that we use up here in the location, and then down here for this show all button here again. And it actually has this nice effect that I was telling you about, so this infinite animation, which is this one. So when the button is focused, it will have this permanent and infinite pulsating animation here, okay? But we're gonna leave that one for later. So for now, I just wanted to tell you that we have this icon and this button here. And then in the next one, we have this rating element here, and then this text, and then the number of votes down there, okay? So we start with the icon here. Once again, I'm gonna get that from here. And it is called the location pin. So location pin, and then down here the button called button inline. And the location of this is in Albufeira. So in the sunny southern part of beautiful Portugal, okay? So that is the location, and now finally the rating. Then we have the average, which was in our case 8.6, and the overview rating count. So 429 votes. And I'm putting votes because it's shorter than ratings, okay? So that's the only reason. All right, so we're now ready to take a look at it. And that already looks pretty nice. Now this is already formatted here with this gray color. And that's probably because when I copied it, it came with this wrong class name here, okay? So that's of course not what I want. And actually down here as well. So what I want here is really overview icon star, okay? And down here actually location. Okay, so these one here are the icon stars, and this here is the icon location. All right, and so now they look huge, of course, because they're still completely unformatted. So in order to be able to work with this, let's actually start by formatting these icons here. So a new component here. And let me copy this one here again. So writing all our selectors, we start with the heading. Then we have the stars. And we have the icon stars. And let's see what else we have. So we have location, icon location, rating, rating average, and rating count. Then we have the icon location, and we can probably group that together with the icon star. So icon location in here. Then we have the rating. And finally the rating count and rating average. All right, so once again, a lot of selectors here But that's just how it works when you're coding up such a big and detailed interface, right? So let's give it here a width of 1.75 rem and of course the same height, such as we've been doing all the time. So 1.75 rem as well. And then the color, so we use fill again, setting it to the primary color. So color primary. So let's take a look. And so that looks much better. Next step is to put all of these 4 boxes side by side. And so that's really easy. Nothing new here. So we use Flexbox, of course. And Flexbox will do its magic. And so now it looks like this. All of these side by side. Now this is of course still not perfect. So let's fix that as well. And the first way that I want to do it is to of course use justify content, right? So let's use space between here so that it will evenly distribute all the space between all the elements along the main axis. And so that is the result that we get. Now the thing is that this is not quite what we have in our demo example, right? So this one here, this is not quite what we have. So we have the stars actually close to the heading and then the location close to the rating, and then a huge space in the middle of these two. And so therefore, justify content is not a good way of doing that because it doesn't allow us to create a space only between 2 of the 4 elements, right? And so let's remove that. So I just wanted to show it to you why it doesn't work. And so the next thing that we can try is to use flex on, for example, the location, right? So what I mean is this. We can say flex to 1. And what this means is that this flex item should grow and occupy all the available space, right? Remember that? And this will actually be pretty close to what we want. So let me show that to you. So yeah, now it occupied all of this entire space here. And actually we probably would want that on the stars, okay? So that's how it would look like. And that is exactly what we have here in this demo, right? Now, in order to show you that this isn't really ideal, let me give this a background color. And so you will see that now this element here is occupying this entire space, just as we told it to do. So we told it to expand, to grow, and occupy all the space that is available. And that's what it did. Now this is not ideal because this element should only be the size of its content, right? So in this case, the size of these stars. We don't want it to have all of this size. Imagine that we would have like a hover effect on this, and then all of this entire element here would be hovered and would change the background, for example. And that's not what we want. We only want that hypothetical hover effect to occur right here on this box where the stars actually are, right? So what we want is a way to create this space here without actually stretching out this entire element. And that is where the power of margin auto comes in. So let me show that to you. So we remove flex 1 and instead we can use margin right and set it to auto. And that's a very powerful trick in Flexbox, and that's what happens. So the same result, but with our element actually only occupying the space that it needs here, right? So this is the space that it needs, and so it's occupied. And then all of this space here is the automatically calculated margin. So this is a great trick. You should probably write it down because it's really helpful in Flexbox to use margin auto. Each time we have a situation like this, we want to create some space like this, we can use margin auto. We could also have used margin left auto on this element here that would have created the exact same space. And so again, this is a very good trick to know and to use with Flexbox. Okay, so let's just get rid of that background color, of course. And so in terms of layout, we're getting pretty close to the original version. All we have to do now is to actually format each of these 4 smaller components here, okay? But I'm gonna leave that to the next video so that you can take a quick break. Let's continue to build the overview of our hotel. So the first thing I wanna do is to add a border to the bottom of this element here. So a small gray line such as the header has, or should have, because it doesn't have the line here that it should have. And so probably something's going wrong there. So let's check that out. So right here in the layout, the header, border bottom. Okay, so I only specified the color. Of course, I also have to specify the width and the type. So 1 pixel solid, and it's actually the exact same one that I want here on the hotel overview. Yeah, now that's better. So now you see the border here, separating the header from the rest of the page, and that's especially visible here on this image, which is also white on the top. And then here we have it in the overview as well. Next, we should probably vertically center these 4 elements in this box. And so we're going to use Flexbox, which we already have active here, and using the align items property, right? So aligning the items along the cross axis. And we want center, and with one simple line of CSS, all of this is now vertically aligned. Next up is the header, or the heading. So font size, I chose 2.25 rem here. As a font weight, we only want 300. So big text, but small font weight. Then text transform to uppercase, and also a very slight letter spacing of 1 pixel that makes it look slightly better. And then of course some padding here to give it some breathing space around it. And 1.5 rem top and bottom, and 3 left and right. And so let's take a look at that. All right, and that looks a lot better already. And you saw that all of the items, of course, automatically adjusted and are still vertically centered. And so next up are our stars. And for some reason, you see that they are not 100% vertically aligned. And so let's take a look at that. Right, so this here is the element, so the container of these stars. And you see that there's like a small space below each of the stars. And that happens because these SVG elements, they behave like inline elements. And so it's a bit like text, and that produces that small white space that we see here. We can remove that by setting the line height and the font size to 0, for example, but we have a simpler way of doing that. And that is by simply setting their parent element to Flexbox. So just do display flex, and so all of these icon star elements, so these here, they will now become flex items, and then that space will be gone. And there you see it. So you see that now this parent element, which is now a flex container, has the exact same height as the stars themselves. And so now it's vertically centered perfectly. And also they are now really nicely side by side, which they weren't before. So let's take that out. So that's without flex, and that's with flex. And so that looks a lot better. Next up, let's actually format this inline button here, okay? So that is a whole new component, right? So it's called button inline here. So let's create a new component for that one. I also want a comment here. And so button inline. So first thing is we want to remove the border of this button, because these buttons by default always come with this border, and we don't want that, of course. Then we want the color to be the primary color. And we want a font size of, actually we want it to be inherit. Okay, and why is that? Well, let me show you the example here. So in this case, for example, the text is really small, and down here where we use it again, it's bigger. And so we do that by setting one font size here on this parent element. So for example, this huge parent element here. And then we can also set a font size on the parent element of this button. And then all we have to do is to set the font size on that button itself to inherit. And so by that, it becomes a bit more modular, more reusable. Next, we wanted to have a border at the bottom of 1 pixel solid. And now is the time where I'm going to use current color again. Okay, and that's because this way the border will have the exact same color as the text. And that's what we want. And later, when I then add the hover effect, which I can actually do right now, all I have to say then Instead, I want the color to be the dark gray. So color, gray, dark 1. So all I have to do is to change the text color in the hover state, and then the border will automatically update as well, right? So let's check that out. And so here you go. As we hover the button, the border becomes the exact same color as the text. So without current color, I would now have to add another line here and say border bottom, and then also with this gray color. But with current color, we don't have to do anything like that. And that's great. So next, we want a small padding at the bottom as well of 2 pixels, so to create some space between the text and the border. And also we want this to be displayed as an inline block and not just as inline. And I saw that the background was this weird gray, and I also don't want that. So background color, and I'm going to set it to transparent. And so once again, this helps making the button a bit more modular, because here in this case, for example, it is on a gray background, but here it's on a white background. And so we don't want to attribute a fixed color for that background. Okay, now all you have to do is to set the cursor to pointer and then add the transition, of course. So transition all 0.2 seconds. So that is the basic functionality. So it works great. But remember that we also had this focus effect. So this animation effect here. And I put it here so that I can show you another cool thing with animations. Okay, so let me show that to you. So focus. And the first thing is outline none, which is going to remove that default blue border. And then we have to actually create that pulsating animation that we just saw. Okay, so that is a CSS animation using the keyframes add rule. All right, because we have no way of doing that with a transition animation. And so we write what we want to happen using the keyframes add rule. Okay, so keyframes, and I'm going to call this animation pulsate. And then I define what happens at the beginning, at the end, and also in the middle. So we have 3 states here. So one at 0, one at 50% of the time, and then 100%. So let's take a close look at what actually happens here so that we can code up this animation. So basically in the beginning, nothing happens. Then in the middle, it is scaled up a little bit and it has this shadow going on. And then in the end, it goes back to the normal. And so that's what we have to code up here. So the state in the middle basically is just a transform with a scale. So we scale this just a little bit, like 1.05, and we also give it a very small box shadow, like 0, 1 rem, 4 rem for the blur, and then the color of black with 0.25 opacity. And then what we have to do is to, of course, set the initial and the final state to the normal state. So scale of 1 and no box shadow. And that's very easy. We just use the non keyboard. And at the end, it's exactly the same. Okay, so in the beginning, we have no scale and no box shadow. Then at 50%, we scale it up a little bit, give it a shadow, and then 100% back to normal. And now all we have to do is to add our animation property. So animation pulsate 1 second. But that is actually not enough, because look at what happens when we do that. So I'm going to click now, and it happened, but it only happened once, of course. I can click again, and then it's going to happen again, but I want it to be infinite. And so all we have to do is to actually add the word infinite. And so that is going to create an infinite animation as long as the button is focused, of course. So this only applies in the focused state, of course. But right now, it should already be working. And yeah, actually it is. So, great. So we have that part completed as well. And now we should probably define a font size for this parent element then, as I was saying before. And we should also vertically align these 2 elements. So moving back up here, we have the location, here it is. So let's give it a font size of 1.2 rem. And then we want to vertically align the two elements, the icon and the button. So, of course, we use Flexbox. Display flex and vertically align center. And so by now you've used this so many times that I'm sure that it's becoming really familiar. Okay, now we should just give some space here to the right side here of this icon, so to create some space between these two. So actually we need this selector. So margin right, let's say 0.5 rem. Okay, and so now we have this part here completed as well. So all that's left to do is now this rating part. So let's do that. So first is the background color that you noticed to be our primary pink color. So color primary. Then also let's give it a margin to the right side to create that space between the location and the rating. So 3 rem. And actually it's not to the right, it's to the left, of course. And also it should have a white color. Okay, so color white. Okay, and now just for this text here, so the average is really big, so 2.25 rem. And then a smaller font weight. And then the count down there is a lot smaller. So font size 0.8 rem, and also I want it to uppercase. So let's take a look at that. And that looks pretty good already. We just need some padding here on the left and right side. And of course, this should stretch the entire height of the parent container, right? So going from up here all the way down here. So how do we do that? Take a moment and think about how we can do that, okay? So have you figured it out? Well, it's actually the exact same situation that we had up here with these elements, right? We also wanted them to stretch all the way from the top to the bottom. And so that's what we need to do here. So we do that by setting the align self property, right? And we simply set it to stretch, because remember that all of these elements are aligned to the center because of this declaration that we have up here. And so now we override that here for this single element called rating and align it to the stretch. So basically make it stretch and occupy all the space that it has available for that. Okay, and now just about the padding that I was talking about. So we don't need any padding at top and bottom. We just need padding at the left and right side. So 2.25 rem. All right, and now what's left to do is to center these two both horizontally and vertically here in this container. So my favorite tool for that is, of course, Flexbox. So display, flex, and I'm going to say align items to center and justify content to center as well. But now you will probably think that there will be a problem with this, and that is absolutely true, because they will now be side by side, right? So the elements are side by side and no longer on top of each other. And that's exactly what Flexbox does. It lays out the flex items in a row. But remember that we can change that, right? And so all we have to do is to set flex direction to column. And that's actually it. So let's see. And here we go. So in the main axis, the justify content aligns these elements to the center. So in that direction there to the center. And then along the cross axis, which is now this, align items also centers the elements. And so that's what we end up with. Now I just want to slightly decrease the space between these two. And that's very simple. So I can simply set a negative margin to the bottom. So like -3 pixels. And yeah, so that looks more consistent, looks better. So let's compare it to our original result. And yeah, it's actually exactly the same, right? So it looks pretty similar. And so yeah, we're done with this part of the interface. It looks great, right? I think it's absolutely fantastic, really beautiful. And I hope that you think the same and that you're really proud of all the work that you have accomplished so far in this section. So great job. I hope you're learning lots of Flexbox and I hope you're really enjoying this project. If you want to continue with it right now, then let's just move on to the next video, part of the interface. And for that, you're going to continue using Flexbox properties, including flex wrap, to build a multi-column list. Plus, I will teach you how and why we use CSS masks with mask image and mask size. So in this lecture and the next one, we're going to take care of this part here of our app. So this container here and all the content that's in here. But before we can do that, we have to actually build this layout here. So with this column here and this one on the right side, and format this container element which contains these two columns, okay? So that's the first thing that we're gonna do. And then after that, we can take care of what's here in the hotel description. All right, so back to our markup. Here we are in the hotel view still, because remember that entire part on the right side, so all of that here, everything here, we call the hotel view. And then in there, we already have the gallery, the overview, and so now it's time to put an element called the detail. So detail will be this box, which contains the two columns that I just showed you. So detail is all of this part here, which has the gray background, all right? And then we have on the left side the description, and on the right side here, the user reviews. So description, and user reviews. Okay, let me just write that here. So let's now format these three elements. And actually, we're going to do that in the layout file now, okay? Because this is more concerned actually about layout. It's not really about building components. So we're going to do the detail, the description, as well as the user reviews. So we want the description and the user reviews to be side by side, and so we use Flexbox on a container. So display flex, and so they will be side by side. Let me just give them some background colors. So orange, red for this one. And this one I like to put yellow, green. Okay, so we want this one here to actually have 60% of the available width. And so let's do that with our flex property. And here I'm saying that I don't want it to grow. So flex grow 0. I also don't want it to shrink. So flex shrink 0. And then the 60% for the flex basis. All right. So usually when I'm using a percentage value here, I set the other two to 0. Okay. And in this one, I basically want to occupy the remaining space by setting flex to 1. Okay. And now also we want some margin between them, of course. So I can simply say margin right, 4.5 rem. So let's take a look at that. And all right, so that's the layout that we were looking for actually. Now let's just give this container here a padding. So padding and 4.5 rem as well. So the padding here is the same one as the right margin on the description. And that looks like that. And so this distance here on this top and here on this side and between the two boxes is always the same. Next up, we want this to have this subtle gray background color. So background color, and let me actually copy the variable name from here, and it's this one. And I also wanted to have the border on the bottom. So the same one that we've been using all the time. And actually, since we've been using it all the time, let's actually create a variable for it. Okay, so let me get that. And so we can copy all of this here into a new variable. Then each time we have this border, no matter if it's on the bottom or somewhere else, we can simply then use a variable for that. Okay, so let's just create a variable here, and I'm simply going to call it line. All right, and now you see that this variable here, so the line variable, actually contains another variable, but that's perfectly fine. It's going to work just fine. So we can now replace it here with line. All right, and actually we have this somewhere else, I think. It's in the right here in the overview, right? So this here is the exact same thing. And so we just say line. And then, of course, we also want it here in the detail that we were working on before. So let's take a look at that. And here we go. So our 3 lines are still there. So here, here, and now here as well. Okay, so we already have the layout of this detail section here completed. Now let's just start to format this description box here, okay? So description, and we want it to have a white background, and we want it to have a box shadow as well. And that box shadow is 0, 2 rem, then 5 rem for the blur, RGBA, black, and then just very subtle here, so almost invisible shadow, just like this. So let's check that out. And so here we go. So maybe the shadow isn't even visible to you here in the screencast, but I'm sure you're going to see it on your page, and it will look even better when this element actually grows a bit bigger. Let's actually do that already, just by adding some padding. So 3 rem. And also another thing that I want to do is to create a variable for this, because we're going to reuse this shadow later for the review boxes. Okay, so let me copy that. Okay, and you see we have already a shadow here. And so shadow light, and it's this one. So shadow light, and all right, check that out. And yeah, and now you can actually see the shadow here a bit better. And you also see that this one here already grew to have the same size as the description box, and that's once again because the align items property is by default set to stretch, and so therefore they both stretch to have the same size. Now, what do we have here in this description box? Let's take a look, and what we have is these 2 paragraphs, then this list here, and then down here like this recommend panel. Okay, so this text, and with these pictures you have the friends who recommend the hotel. All right. So let's mark that up here back in the HTML. So P, and I'm simply going to call it paragraph. And then I actually have a file here called text.txt here in the image folder, where is the text that I want to put there. So for the first paragraph, this is the text that I want. And so please go ahead and copy it so that it looks exactly the way that I want it to look. Okay, and then we have another paragraph after that with some other text. Okay, next up we have that list, so an unordered list, and I'm simply going to call it list. And so these are basically reusable components that could be reusable if our app had like another page, another section. So for example, on the flights section or the tours or the car rental sections. So maybe if we had that, we could then reuse these components there. Okay, so li list item. So the first one says close to the beach. And now let me just copy these lines actually a couple of times. And I think it's 8 times. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 8. So breakfast included. Free airport shuttle. And then there's actually one thing that I want to show you. And I think this is part of Emmet as well. But anyway, I have it here in my text editor. And that is called expand selection. And what that does is basically when I'm inside of this tag here, when I hit expand selection like this, then it will select this entire text. Okay. And now if I hit that again, it will expand the selection even more and will select this entire part here. And if I hit it again, it will expand and select everything. Okay, so expand selection, maybe you have it in your text editor as well. It's a really useful feature. Okay, so I'm just going to use the shortcut here. So that makes it much easier. So free Wi-Fi in all rooms. Next up, air conditioning and heating. Pets allowed. And I'm just making this a huge list so that we can use some Flexbox on this a bit later. Okay, and so we have to have a couple of list items here, not just 2 or 3. We speak all language, and finally, perfect for families. Okay, so these are just a couple of features of our hotel, basically. Okay, and then next up, finally, we have the recommend section. So just a div called recommend, and then we have some text there. So a paragraph, which is the recommend count, which is going to say Lucy and 3 other friends recommend this hotel. Well, this is not perfect. So recommend this hotel, and then we have a div here. So a container where we're going to put the pictures of these friends. So an image with the class name recommend photo, with the source img, and user I'm going to start here at 3. And we have 4 pictures, and this one is number 4, 5, and 6. And so here just the alternative text. And that is pretty much it, I believe. So let's check that out. And here we go. So that's our content. Let's now just set an overall font size here so that we basically format the font of the entire container at the same time. So here in the description box, font size 14 pixels, so 1.4 rem. And so yeah, I think we're done with this file here. And so we can now come to the next one. All right, and once again, you see that this one here stretches to fill the entire content. And now what you also see is that the container is now too big, and that's because we set a fixed height here on the hotel view container, I believe. So let me check that out and remove it, because that was just for testing. Yeah, here you see, so the hotel view has this height of 80 rem, but now we of course don't want that anymore. We want the content to define the height of the box as usual. And so now that should be gone. And yeah. All right, so now we're ready to format all of these components that we now have in our description box. So let's do that right in the next video. I hope you join me there. Let's now move on with building our description section. And so this is where we left off. And the first thing that I want to do is to simply format these paragraphs. But they actually don't need much formatting. All we want to do here is to give them a little margin to the bottom. Okay, so let's do that. And I would like to copy this here. So paragraph. And since we're doing that, let me also put the list here and also the recommend. All right, so paragraph. And actually all we want is to give them a margin at the bottom, because the last one shouldn't have any. And so we can do that. We did it a lot of times before, so not the last child. And that's actually it. So when we have multiple paragraphs, we want them to have a margin at the bottom, but not the last one. Okay, and so that's what we have here. And so here we go. Well, actually it has a margin here, this last one, and that's actually because it's not the last child of this container. So what we should put here instead is last of type. And so now there are only 2 paragraphs, and the last one of them will not have the margin. Okay, and so now the margin is gone here. All right, so last child applies to all of the children of the current element, while last of type applies only to all of the same type of element. Okay, and now our list. So let's take a look at how it looks like. So it has this margin here on top and at the bottom, and it also has this gray line again. Okay, and then it has 4 of these items on each side and also this small icon here. But that's the last thing that we're going to take care of. Okay, so let's start with these lines and by putting them here side by side. So list, we wanted to have a margin at the top and the bottom of 3 rem and 0, of course, on the side. And well, the first thing actually is we don't want it to have any list style. So these small bullets are gone. Okay, so that is the margin. And then we also want some inner white space. So padding 3 rem as well. And now we want the border. And actually border top and border bottom. All right. And now here we can use the variable that we defined before. So very simple. Instead of having it to write out all again, it's now as simple as that. Okay, let's take a look at that. So that's a lot better already. So we gave it some white space here inside, so padding, then the border, and then the margin to create the margin here and down here as well. Now next up, we want to put these elements here side by side, right? So what we're going to do here is once again to use Flexbox. So display flex. So how is that going to look like? Well, it simply tries to cram all of these elements beside one another. But there's actually not really enough space here, right? So this really looks kind of terrible. But we have a solution for that, remember? So what we can say is flex wrap and then allow these elements to wrap to new lines. So all we have to say is wrap, and then this is going to happen like this. It's still not perfect, of course, but you see here that we have one element here, then it finishes, and then the next one starts, and then it finishes, and the next one starts. We can actually take a look at that in the inspector. And so here you see how these elements are now side by side, but in different lines, in different rows. Now there's actually an easy fix for that, right? Can you think of how we can fix this? Well, all we have to do really is to give each of these list items a fixed width, right? And then like that, they will all look the same because they will all have the same width. So let's actually do that. And so it's our list item. And again, we're not using the width property here, but instead the flex. So don't grow, don't shrink, and the width should be 50%. And why is that? Well, it's because we want to have two elements side by side. And so 100% of width divided by 2 gives us 50%. So let's check it. And yeah, so this is what we want, right? We can actually inspect it, and now we see that each of these has the same width, which is exactly 50% of the container, so of the flex container of all of these elements. All right, so this was the first time that we used flex wrap here, and I hope you see how useful it can be in a real-life situation here. Okay, so now let's just give these a small margin at the bottom, like 7 pixels, so 0.7 rem. And then after that, all that's really left to do is to add these icons here, right? So these ones here. So this icon here is actually one of our SVG icons, right? Now this time, I don't want to use them in HTML because I don't want to have to use like 8 SVG elements in the HTML and then mess around with all that. So instead, what I'm going to do is to use this icon right in CSS, okay? Now in CSS, it's really difficult to use a sprite image like we did in the HTML, remember? So this sprite file here, which has all of our icons, is what we used in HTML. But here in CSS, it's actually much easier to use the single icon itself. And since we're only using one icon here, so one SVG file, it's really no difference to include just the icon itself or just the sprite image, because we're only using one icon anyway. So the one that we want is called the chevron right, okay? And it comes here from this folder that we copied here, okay? So it's this chevron thin right.svg. So I copied it in here so that we can use it directly from this folder, and then we can delete actually this SVG folder because we don't need this anymore. Actually, let's look at the code here of our sprite file. Because remember that I said that SVG is basically just a way to write vector icons or any vector image in code, okay? And so this is the code for all of our 10 icons. All right, so I don't want to go deep into this. I just wanted to show you that it is indeed code and a lot of numbers, as you can see. All right, so how do we actually include an SVG file in our CSS? Well, it's very similar to just any other regular image. So the easiest way is to use a background image. So let's do that. And we are going to do that in a before pseudo element, okay? So item before. So basically, before each of these item elements, we create a small pseudo element, which then will have this background image. And that's a better and cleaner practice than putting it directly here on the item. Okay, so we use background image to include the icon. And now we actually have to go up one level, right? Because we're in the SAS file or in the CSS file. So technically we're going to be in the CSS file because that's where the compiled file lives, right? So we are in the CSS folder, then we have to move up one level to the main project folder and then go into IMG and chevron thin right. So IMG, and now for some reason it's not recognizing the path, so I have to write it out here, thin right SVG. I hope that's correct. Yeah, it looks so. Now this is the easiest way, and well, it's not really working. And oh, yeah, of course it's not, because remember, we always have to specify the content property. So setting it to empty. And also, since we're at it, let's put it as an inline block and give it a height and a width. So let's say 1 rem, or we can make it a bit bigger here actually, for starters, just to see it better what's going on. And I'm going to reduce it then later. So 2 rem, and then just a small margin on the right, like 7 pixels. Okay, so to create a margin between the icon and the text. So let's check that out now. And yeah, here we go. So these are our icons, a little bit too big, but you see that it works. So these are our before elements. So you see, here it is. Now there is actually a problem with this approach, because if we include it as a background image, then we have no way of actually changing the color. Now if that's not a problem, then we can of course go ahead and make it like this. But in our case, we really want it to be this pink color, like this, right? And so what we have to do is to use a different approach. And that approach will include masks. All right, so this here is the approach for older browsers, because the masks do only work in really modern browsers. So for older browsers, we can use the background image. And since we're at it, we should also set the background size then to cover. But for newer browsers, we use masks. Okay, so I'm going to remove this part here. And later, a little bit later in another lecture, I'm going to add a feature query saying that if the mask property is supported, then use the mask. And if not, then use the background image. Okay, but for now, let's just comment it out and do it here with the masks, because that's the best approach. Now, what is actually a mask? Well, basically a mask defines an area where we can look through the element and see what's behind that element. Okay, so basically what we're going to do is to set the background color of this element to a solid color and then use the icon as the mask. And so we can then look through that mask basically and see the background color in the area where the icon is, and everything else is covered. And so it's just going to be white. Okay, does it make sense? So let's start by adding that background color. Actually, it's missing the color part here. Okay, and so that's going to look like in that case. And so now we're going to put our mask on top of this, and only in the positions where the icon is, we will then be able to look through that mask and see that pink background color. Okay, and the rest will be covered. So it's basically a bit like clipping that we did before in the other project. So let's try that out. So right now it only works in WebKit browsers. Okay, so we have to use the WebKit prefix. So mask image. And then it's just the exact same way as before. So all we have to do is to include this file. And that's it. And then another thing that we can do is to say WebKit mask size. And that's also very similar to background size. So we can use cover here so that the icon covers the entire element. And as you will see, this is already enough to make this work. All right, here you go. So once again, this entire square that we had before is still here, this pink square, but we now can only see it in the places where the mask allows us to see through, okay? And that's exactly where the icon is located. All right, so let's now decrease this square, okay? And then it all should decrease, and that's because of the mask size property, okay? So let's check that. So without the mask size, it would look like this, because the icon is actually larger than the one rem here, okay? But with mask size, which behaves like background size, we can then use cover, and that fixes it. All right, and so that's a great solution to the problem that with background image, we cannot change the color in CSS. So masks can be a great tool to have in your toolset. And actually, I'm going to put it here also without the prefix. So basically for the future, when all the other browsers start implementing this as well. All right, and with that, we're actually done with the list. All right, so that's our code for the list. Again, we're going to use a feature query here later to make this part here active for the older browsers who do not support the masks. But let's leave that for later and move on now to the recommend component. So first of all, let's give it a slightly smaller font size of 1.3 rem and also another text color. So to make it a little bit lighter. So the one that I want is this one. Var, and all right. Now, as for the photos, let's actually format them before we format anything else, because they're these huge looking images, which are like way too big. So let's just give them a height of only 4 rem and a width of 4 rem as well, and a border radius of 50% in order to make them round. Okay, and then the other selectors that we have here are the, let's see, so we have recommend count, friends, and photo. So we have count and friends missing. Okay, so let's check that out. And here we go. So here you have the text, and it's way too light, so I'm going to change that in a second. And then you have these images. And they are, of course, on different lines, because they are both block elements. So this one here, and then this box. So they should be side by side. So let's once again get help from our friend Flexbox. Display flex. All right. And this one here should actually be dark and not light. All right. So let's take a look at that. And all right, they are side by side now already. Now these images, they are also here like on top of each other, like this, okay, so like slightly overlapping. And we can simply do that by giving them a negative right margin. So by giving like this image here, imagine a right margin, it then moves to the right in this direction, overlapping with this one. So all of them should have a negative right margin, except the last one here, because we want this one right at this side. Okay, so photo, so let's select all of them except the last one. So not the last child. So margin right minus 1.5 rem. And actually, yeah, this is what we want. Okay, that looks good, but not perfect, because here we also have this white border here. So that's just a white border that's going around of all of these images. And so that creates this effect looking like they are all on top of each other. Okay, so let's add that as well. So border 3 pixel solid and just white, because that's the background color of the container as well. All right, so here we go. Now, actually, we saw that now these images they look like they are smaller, right? Let's check that out. So this is the border, and the border actually goes into these images, right? So you see that when the border is active, the image basically shrinks, okay? And so we have now 2 options to fix that. We could either add these 3 pixels here on the height and the width, or we can do it automatically. Okay, and let's do that automatically by using the box sizing property. Remember, we set the box sizing to all the elements to border box. And what border box does is that it includes the padding and the border into the width and the height of the element. And that's usually exactly what we want. But in this situation, it's not what we want. In this situation, we want the border to be added on top of our height and the width, okay? And so we can set it back to the default, basically. So box sizing, content box, which is the default. So if we check it out now, you see that it looks different. And so let me take out the border here. And so you see that the images stay the exact same size, right? So great. Now next up, we should probably vertically center these two elements here and then push this box here all the way to the right side. Okay, so that's pretty easy right now since we are already using Flexbox here. And so all we have to do is align items, set it to center, and then we want to create that space between them. Now, how do we do that? Well, we already did it before, and so I really hope you remember this amazing trick that I showed you and what helps us doing exactly that. So, do you remember it? Well, we just have to say margin right on the count, right? Because that's the element which holds the text. So margin right, auto, right? And that is actually it. So if you check it out now here on the count, you see with the orange color there, the margin, which was automatically calculated to push the recommend friends box all the way to the right side. So great, right? So really cool tool once again. And with that, we actually finished this section of the website. So it's now ready. Let's take a look at the original. And you see that it's exactly the same. All right. So great job once again. I hope you're getting better at Flexbox and see how all these Flexbox properties come together in different situations in order to create the layouts and components that we want. Okay, so that's it. If you want to now remove this ugly green element here, then you can just come with me right to the next lecture and create the reviews here that we want to have in this section. Still with me in this project. Now it's time to build the user's reviews. And so we're just going to continue using and practicing our Flexbox skills in this lecture. And this is what the reviews look like. So each review has this white box here with the text on the top, and then the user image, the name, the date, and the rating of this user. And then also we have like this quote symbol here in the top to make it look a bit better. Okay, and so we're also going to put that here in the end. But for now, let's focus on this review box here. Okay, so let's start with the HTML once more. And it's down here in the user reviews box. So review. And each of these small review boxes will be one review component, okay? So review, and then in there we have the review text. And actually, I don't want to use a div element here, but I want to use a figure. So the figure HTML5 element. And actually figures in HTML5 are perfect for reviews. So some people think that figures are only for pictures or for images, but that's not really true. Figures are great for some text and descriptions of the images. And so a figure is perfect here for our review. Okay. Now in here, let's use the block quote element now. Because in fact, the review is like a quote from the person. And so block quote is a perfect HTML5 element for this case. So review text, so I want to call it. And then once again, let's get that text here from our text file and then paste it here. Okay. And then we have the fig caption, which is called review user. And this is basically the container which will hold the user's image, the name, the date, and the rating, right? So first the image called review photo. And this is the user 1 right now. So user 1. So the image, and now we need a box which is then going to hold the name and the date. Okay, so just a div review user box is what I'm calling this one. Okay, so this box basically is like a box here like this, which holds then the name and the date. Okay, so I'm going to put these two in paragraphs. Review username, and the first one is called Nick Smith. And then review user date, February 23rd, 2017. All right, and then finally we have the rating. And this guy gave 7.8 out of 10, so a pretty good hotel apparently. Okay, and that's it for the review. So again, we have the text, then we have the user containing the photo, the name, and the date, and then we have the rating as well. All right, so that is one review. And then we have another one. So let's get the text for that one. And we can now close it. From Mary Thomas. Now I'm going to use this shortcut here again for expanding the selection. September 13th, 2017. And the rating she gave was 9.3. Okay, so that is our markup. Let's take a look at that. Actually, we forgot to change the image here. So this one is user 2. Okay, so that's better. So let's now go to our components here and then start styling all of that. So reviews. Now, first of all, let's get rid here, of course, of this background color. And now the review. Once more, I'm going to start by putting all of the selectors here. So the text, the review user, then the review photo, and let's see what else we have. So text, user, photo, and then we have the user box, username, user date, and rating. So user box, username, user date, and finally the rating. So let's start here with the review. Give it a background color of white. And we also wanted to have the box shadow like the other box. And so remember that we already declared a variable for that, and that one is called shadow light. We wanted to have a padding of 3 rem and a margin at the bottom of 3 rem. Or let's put 3.5 actually, so to give it more breathing space here. Okay, so that should look pretty good already, right? Now let's just make this image here smaller and round already, so that it doesn't occupy so much space. And I want a height and a width of 4.5 rem. And of course make them round, right? Now as for the font size, let's actually define it on the parent element so that all of these text here can then inherit that, right? So let's set that to 14 pixels, and we can do that here in the user reviews. So font size 1.4, and instead of having it here in both the description and the user reviews, we can actually put it on the parent of both of these, and that is here the detail. Okay, so now we say that the detail container should have 1.4 font size, and then all the elements in both the description and the user reviews are going to inherit that. Okay, so let's actually check that out. And yep, so here we go. Now, next up, we should format all of this content here, right? So we want it to look like this. And now I think it's time for a small challenge for you. So I want you to pause the video and try to format this on yourself. Okay, so of course you're going to use Flexbox, but I want you to try it out for yourself to use these properties and use everything you learned so far to format this content to look like we have it here. Okay, so that shouldn't be all too difficult. So please pause the video right now and I'll be waiting for you. All right, did you manage to get that to work? Well, I'm going to give you the solution right now. So let's see if you did it the same way as I did. So first of all, what should be our Flex container? And of course, that's the user element, right? So the review user. So display Flex. And then since we're here, we can already align the items vertically. Okay, so align items center. So that will already make a huge difference. Okay, now let's just give this, this paragraph here some margin to the bottom. So margin bottom to rem. So that's better. Now the next step is to just basically push this part here, so the rating all the way to the right side. Okay, so how did you manage to do that? Well, I hope it was with margin auto. Okay, so just like this. Margin, and actually margin right, set to auto. Because remember that the user box is exactly that. So user box is the element containing both the name and the date. So we want the image, then we want the user box, and then we want that space so that the rating is pushed all the way to the right side. And so on user box, we set margin right to auto. Okay, and so that's exactly what we want here. So just a little bit of Flexbox, and that's already enough to make everything look like this. Now all we need is some margin to the right of this image here, and then a little formatting here on the text, but that shouldn't be all too hard as well. So photo, just a small margin to the right, like 1.5 rem. And now the username, we wanted to have a font size of 1.1 rem and a font weight of 600 in order to make it bold. All right. Also, the text transform should be to uppercase and a small margin to the bottom. Just like 4 pixels. Then the user date, font size of 1 rem, so 10 pixels, and a slightly lighter color. So color gray, dark 3. And finally, the rating. So remember that this one has our pink color. A bigger font size, so 2.2 rem, for example, and then a smaller font, white, of course, to compensate that. Okay, and that should be really good already, and yeah, it is. So that looks pretty great, I think, right? And so we're already almost done here. Actually, let me just show you what's missing here, and that is this quotation mark here, right? So this big, huge quotation mark. And actually, we will do this with a before pseudo element. So not being in the HTML, but just in the CSS. All right. So we make a pseudo element here before the review. So we can put it here right at the end and before. So this will just create a small element. And now the content that we want here is not empty, but instead we wanted to have that quotation mark. And so in here, we now have to use one of these special symbols like an HTML entity. Okay, now it works slightly different in CSS, but let me show that to you. So let's look for a table of these HTML entities. And the one I like is from CSS Tricks. So let me see if I find it here somewhere. Let me put it here actually. And so probably it's this one here. Yeah, exactly. So this one here's the one that I have on my reference page. Okay, so if you want the link to that one, you can just check out my reference page at jonas.io, right? So down here somewhere we have the quotation mark. Well, where is it? Now we have the Greek symbols. So you see there's a lot of symbols available. And here, so actually this here is the one that we want. all right? And so you see that in HTML, we use it like this here. So this code, or of course this here. So left double quotation mark, which is the name of the symbol. Now in CSS, we do it slightly different, as I was saying, because we use this ISO number, okay? And the ISO number for this is this one. So all we have to do is to copy this number here to get this symbol, right? So we can now close this actually, or I'm just going to leave it open. And yeah, here we go. So let's take a look at that in our markup actually. And so yeah, here we go. So it's already there. Now, of course, it shouldn't look like this. So we have to do some changes to that, obviously. So we're going to position this one with absolute positioning right in the corner of the element. So position absolute. And then never forget to define the position on the parent as well. So position relative here. Then from the top, let's move it like 2 rem up, and to the right, let's move it 1 rem to the left side. Okay, so in a negative direction. We're going to play around with that later to position it in the correct position, but for now, let's leave it at that. Then we should also increase the font size because it was really small. So like 20 rem. And it should have a lighter color. So color, gray, light 2. And let's see how it looks like right now. Oh, so it's right here now. So something is not really right. Let's just inspect this element. All right, whoa, what's going on here? So you see that it's huge, okay, first of all, and that's because of the line height of this element. So we should really set it to like 1 or 0. And then also the problem is that I set it here from the right, and it should of course be on the left side, okay? Plus, you can see that this is not really looking the way we want. And so, first of all, let's change that. So the font family. And let's just set it to a sans serif font. Because right now it's inheriting our open sans font, but that doesn't really look so great. So let's just use the default sans serif font on the browser. Now next up, as I was saying, let's decrease the line height here to 1. And then here, of course, it should be left and not right. Okay, so that's already looking much better. Let's take a look at this one. And actually, it should be a bit more up. Okay, so let's do that. So top, let's say like 0.75 and see if it moves up a bit like that. All right, and it does. And now just 2 small problems. You see that it's overflowing the box here, first of all. So it's moving outside of the box. And we, of course, don't want that. And the second problem is that it's also on top of this text. And so we can fix that with a z-index, right? So let's first of all set a smaller z-index on this one. So 1, and then on the text, a higher z-index. Z-index of 10. And never forget that z-index only works if you set the position. Okay, no matter what it is, you have to set the position. And so we're simply using relative here. Now about the overflowing part, that's also very easy to fix. So we did that before a couple of times. All we have to do is set overflow to hidden. And so now these 2 problems should be fixed. And here we go. Now it works. It's no longer overflowing and the text is on top of the icon, so of this small symbol. Okay, and so it looks great. All that's missing now really is this button here with this hover effect, right? So you have like the small effect where as soon as you hover it, it creates a small space between the show all and this arrow here, right? So let's go do that and add that small button to our HTML. And actually we already coded up that button, so it shouldn't be a lot of work. Now where do we put this one? So figure, yeah, so here after this figure. So button, and then remember that we called it button inline. Show all, and now that small arrow that I showed you, and this one should be inside of a span element, and that's simply because we then want to have that small animation effect that I showed you where the text moves away from the arrow. So the HTML symbol for that arrow is air, and then R, so right arrow. So let's check that one out. And so here we go. Now all we have to do is to, of course, center it, but let's leave that for a bit later. And so what we want to focus on now is that, like that hover effect, okay? So let's go back to our components and to that button, which is here, and then code it up. So we basically have a span in there, and all that this span needs is just a small margin to the left side. So like 3 pixels, for example. Okay, and then as soon as we hover the element, so hover and then span, and actually we could put it here in this one, right? So when this one is hovered here, then the span that is in there should increase its margin left to, let's say, 8 pixels. And so now again, since these are like really small numbers, I'm just using pixels here and not really focusing on rem. Now all we have to do is animate this. So transition, all 0.2 seconds, and that's it. We should now be good to go. So let's try that out. And yeah, it's happening. Now what's not working 100% here is changing the color when we hover, right? So first the animation happens where it moves, and only then the color of the span changes, right? So take a look at that. So that's a bit weird. So let's take a look at what's going on here. Maybe we should just change this all here to margin left. Okay, because we already have this all up here. And so maybe that's making this weird behavior happening. And yeah, it's better now. Now all we have left to do is to center this button here in this container, right? So how could we do that? Well, the easiest way would probably be to just set text align to center on the container, right? So let me show that to you and show you why this is not really where we want to go. So text align, center. And so the button is centered, but so is all of this text here, right? Because this property is inherited by all of these elements, and so now all of them have their text centered. So that's not really the best solution. So why not use Flexbox to center this element here? We have a great property that centers stuff along the cross-axis, right? And that's align items. So all we have to do is to set the container to flex, then change the direction, and then use align items and set it to center. And then it's going to center this button here horizontally, right? So let's do that. So display, flex, and now we have to change the direction, of course, because if we didn't, then it would look like this. So that's not what we want at all. So we want it to be one after the other. So flex direction, column. And so that's what we want, right? And so now they're one after another once again. Now what you see happening here is that this element has this huge border here at the bottom, going from one side to the other. And I want you to think about why that happens, okay? So can you tell why this is happening? Well, this is something that actually has been happening all the time. And it's the fact that the align items property is set to stretch. Because remember that right now, this is the main axis going from top to bottom, and this here is the cross axis, okay? And so that's where the align items property is applying. And since its default is to stretch, this button here is not stretching all the way from this side to this side. So let's actually take a look at that. And here you go. So now it spans from the left side to the right side because of align items set to stretch. And so that's why this is happening. And so let's change it to center. So align items, center. And so that's exactly what we want. So now it's nicely centered, once again with the power of Flexbox. Okay, you see that this focused animation is also happening just the way it was happening up here as well, right? And so now, if we compare it to our original, it looks just the same. And so, once again, we are done with this video. So great job once again. So we are almost finished here. all that's left to do is to create this small tiny section down here, okay, with this really cool button. So if you're curious about how we do this hover effect here, well, then just join me right now in the next lecture. Finally, we reached the last part of our project, and that's the call to action section with the booking button in it. And so in this lecture, you will learn how to make that button because it has yet another really cool and modern hover effect on it. So let's get back to work. So that here is the call to action section that we're going to code now. So it has this text here, which is an H2 element, and then this button that I was talking about. But let's for now take care of the overall formatting of the section and of this heading element here. Okay? So this here is probably the, well, actually it's not. So this is the detail. And so right here is where we have to put our call to action section. So a div with the CTA class, so short for call to action. So in here we have the H2, which I'm going to call CTA book now. And then the text that's in here is good news. We have 4 free rooms for your selected dates. So just this. And then after that, we have our button, which I'm simply calling BTN. All right. And now in here, for now, I'm just going to put some text. So only 4 rooms left, but we're going to have to change that later. And I'm going to explain you why by then. So for now, let's just format here or CTA element. So down here, all the way down here. And let's get this one here. So call to action. And I want to start with a padding of 3.5 rem top and bottom. And also let's center the text here. So text align to center, because that will automatically center the H2 element as well as the button. Okay, and so let's now format that H2. So book now. And that one has a text transform of uppercase. And actually let's start with the font size. So 1.2 rem. And the font weight of 300. And then also a margin to the bottom of 2.5. All right, let's check that. And here we go. Okay, so you see that everything is centered. And well, of course, this text here is way too small. Let's make it 1.5. And so here we go. And now we have to style this bottom here, of course. So how do we do that? And for that, let's take a look here at the example so that I can explain you what's actually going on. So the trick to this here is to basically design the button like this and then put 2 elements in there. One that says book now, okay, so the text that we have here, and then another one that says only 4 rooms left. And as soon as we hover the button, well, they both slide down a little bit. And when we then hover out, of course, they move back up. So that's exactly what happens. So take a look. So you saw that? The book now moves down and the other text also moves down. So you saw that? And so that's what we have to do. So again, we have the button outside, and then in there we have 2 elements, one for each part of the text, which then move down as we hover. Okay, so let's do that. And I'm going to call the first one button visible and the second one button hidden. So I'm simply using a span element here. So button visible, saying book now, and then button invisible. And that's where this text here goes. So let's style that now. Actually, let's first change the font size here because I thought it was still way too small. Okay. And okay. So now the button. And so now the visible part. And of course the invisible part. So let's start with the simple stuff. So the font size of 1.5 rem, of course remove the border. Also set the font weight to 300 and also to uppercase. And then give it a nice huge border radius. Okay, so that it's rounded at the sides. Next, I also want to change the background, and that should be that gradient that you saw, right? So it was a gradient from our light primary color to the dark one. And so, of course, linear gradient to the right side. And I don't know why this is always happening. So this is how it should be. So going from the light color to the darker one. All right. And finally, the color of the button, of course, should then be white. All right. So let's take a first look at that. All right. So it's starting to look a bit like our real example. Now, we're ready to start the visible part. So first of all, since it's a span, it's an inline element, but we want it as an inline block. So in order that we can use padding in there, okay? So we want the padding at the top and the right side. So 2 rem, top and bottom, and then let's put a huge length for left and right, like 7.5 rem, okay? And that's because it's this padding here that is going to define the size of the button, okay? So let's just take a look at that again. And okay, so now this here is our visible part. Remember, so book now is the visible and the hidden part should be that one. Okay, so let's now take care of that. And remember that this here should basically be here on top so that when we hover the button, it can move down here to the center. Okay, and so we will make this a completely different element that's out of the button in the initial state. Okay, so let's do that. Make it an inline block as well. And then we're going to use absolute positioning. Okay, so that we can really put it outside of our button. Okay, so from the left, it should be 0. And from the top, well, what we have to do is to set it to minus 100%. And what that's going to do is that it's going to move up exactly the size of the element. So basically, if this element is like 50 pixels high, it will move up 100% of that. And so 50 pixels, okay? Now we also need to give it a padding, and it should be the same padding as this one here, okay? So 2 rem and 7.5, and that's actually not really accurate, but I'm going to leave it at this here so that I can show you what happens if we do it like this, okay? Now actually what I should also do here is to give it a height and a width of 100% so that it has the height and the width of the parent element once again. So height 100% and width 100%. So let's take a look at that now. And so probably it should be somewhere up there now. So let's inspect that. And actually it's somewhere completely different. And that's because we didn't specify a position on the parent. So I don't know where it really is, but what I know is that it's gone. And so in here we should now set position to relative, of course. Never forget that. Okay, and so right now, this is where the invisible element is, so exactly where we want it to be. Now you see that actually the word left is here, so it comes out of the button, and that's because it doesn't have enough space, okay? So if we remove this part here, like set it to 0, then it should have enough space to fit all the content, okay? And so that's what I was saying, that padding wouldn't work, but that I would explain to you later why it wouldn't work. And actually, this is not where I have to change, but here. All right. So that's better. And actually, you can see it here. Well, not really, but imagine that I changed the color. So let's like put it to red. And then, of course, you see that the text is here. okay? And so we should probably hide that part, right? So how can we do that? Well, actually, the best way of doing that is to set overflow to hidden, okay? Because that element is outside of the button, and so it's an overflown element. And if we set overflow to hidden here, then it will simply disappear. Okay, and so now it is gone. So actually, we are ready to already implement the functionality now. So when we hover the button, what do we want to happen? Well, we want something to happen to the visible, of course. And to the invisible. So what should happen with the invisible element? Remember that right now it is at top minus 100%. So what is the position where it would be completely visible? Well, it's just top 0, right? And so that's all we have to do. Top 0. Okay? Then of course we want to have a transition here. All in 2 seconds, so 0.2 seconds. So let's take a look at that. And well, not a lot is happening, actually. So let's take a look at why that is happening. So let's use here the DevTools and set it to hover. And so what's happening here with the invisible? And actually, I don't have any hover state here. And so maybe something went wrong. But actually, everything should be correct. So let's take a look at the converted CSS. And you see that we already have a lot of CSS written. And here is the selector that we just wrote. And actually, that's completely incorrect. Okay, so that's not how we can do it. So let's simply put it in here, because that's actually the way it should be done. So that was just a mistake. Okay, and then the same thing for invisible. Let's get rid of that. And of that. And so top 0. And let's try that again. And so now you see that it's moving down right into the middle of the button. And as we move out, well, it doesn't go away. Let's reload this. And yeah, so now it's working. As we hover out, it goes away again. Okay, and so now all we have to do is to do something similar with the visible. But in this case, we're not going to use top because we actually didn't use absolute positioning on it. So instead, we're going to do transform and simply translate it down. So translate y, so in the y direction, and 100% of its height. And actually, we didn't define its height, so we should probably just do the same as this one here. And then also put a transition. And I'm seeing here that we have a lot of repeated code. So let's simply do it like this. So select all of the child elements. And then all of this here is repeated, such as this one here. So of course, we want the transition to happen on both. So a little refactoring in order to make our code better. Okay, so again, what happens here is that this part, the visible part, will translate 100% of its height down. Okay, and so with this, it should already be working pretty well. And yeah, it is. So that is the functionality that we were looking for, right? Now the only difference to the original is that we also changed the gradient from one side to the other. So let's do that as well. So let's just put it here. So it went to the right, and now we can simply change it to the left. All right, and the final thing is the focus. So remember the focus on the inline button? Well, here in this button, we're going to do the exact same thing. So outline, none, but instead of having that outline, we have the animation that we already coded, and it's called pulsate. We want it to run for 1 second and basically forever, so infinite. And with that, we should be ready. So you saw that the gradient changed, and it's not transitioning actually, and that's because transition doesn't work for background images, and so it also doesn't work for gradients. But it doesn't really matter because with the other animation that we have going on here, you don't even really notice that, okay? Okay, and the last thing is to now click it, and then you see the pulsating animation. And so it looks like it's really calling you, please click me, okay? So that's the purpose of this animation. And this here, of course, keeps working. And let's just add a cursor here. So that's also missing. So cursor, a pointer. Okay. And so with that, we are actually done. So let's compare it. And it looks the same, except that the text here is a bit smaller, but that doesn't really matter. Okay. So great. We are ready with this project, at least for the non-responsive part. So right now, if we try to decrease this, so let's go here to the mobile, then it's not going to do a really good job to adapt to mobile screens, for example. Okay, so as we get smaller, it starts looking like this. And so that's what we have to fix over the next couple of lectures. Okay, but for now, this is still great. So congratulations for finishing this project and for learning everything you learned about Flexbox in this section. And actually not only Flexbox. So I also showed you a couple of other cool tricks and techniques here in this section, but of course the main focus was on Flexbox. And so I hope you really mastered that by now. So project is finished. Over the next couple of lectures, as I was saying, we will take care of writing some media queries in order to make everything super responsive here and adapt it to mobile and tablets. So, with our interface finally completed, it's now time to write some media queries to optimize it for smaller screens. Now, we have learned about how to do this before in this course, so it's not really something new at this point. However, what is new is how easy Flexbox makes the process of making our layout completely responsive, with just a small amount of code. So in this lecture and the next one, that's what we're going to do, so that I can actually show you how easy it is and not just tell you. Now about the breakpoints, this time we're going to use a different strategy. So we're going to use that strategy where we basically set the breakpoints to where the design starts to break. Okay, so that's what I called back then the perfect way of doing stuff. Now we're still going to keep the old breakpoints that we used in the other project in mind as well, but only if there's actually something that breaks at this width. Okay, so let's now start taking a look and set this here to mobile, right? So that we have our responsive layout in this nice view here. Now this is what I wanted to reduce. And so, all right, let's start decreasing this. So you see, we are at 1500 pixels approximately now. Okay, and so now we're at about 1200. Okay, and that's the max width that we defined for our container here. Remember that? So the container here has 120 rems, so 1200 pixels basically. So if we start decreasing furthermore, then of course the width becomes 100% of the available viewport width, because that's exactly what max width here does. Okay, now, but we want to change something here, which is actually removing this part here from the top. Okay, because that starts to look a bit weird. So what I'm trying to say is that our first breakpoint should be at 1200 pixels. Okay, so as soon as we approach this here, then we move the container all the way up here to the top, and so we don't have this pink background color anymore, neither at the sides nor at the top. Okay, so that is going to be our first breakpoint. Now about the media queries themselves, in the last project we actually wrote that huge media query manager, but right now I want to keep it simple here, okay? And so all we're going to do is just write out the media queries in the old way. So let's go here to our layout and to our container. And so all we have to do is to add the media query in here. So media, only screen, and then our condition. Now keep in mind that once again we are using a desktop first strategy, right? And so our media queries here will be of the type max width. So just like in the other project we did before. So max width and 1200 pixels. Now, two things about that. First, we should have this width here in ems, because of the reasons that I explained you in the last project. And second, I actually want this to be variables, okay? So that I don't have to write out this number here all the time, each time that I'm going to use it, okay? So let's do that in the base CSS. Now, probably you think that we will do it as a CSS custom property, right? But the thing is that that doesn't work, okay? So we cannot declare one of these variables here and then use it in a media query here in this place. That simply doesn't work. CSS doesn't allow it to work. So we have to do it with Sass variables, okay? And so that's absolutely no problem at all. We can mix CSS custom properties and use them for some use cases and then use Sass variables for other stuff. So no problem at all. So remember, this is how we declare Sass variables. I'm going to call it BP for breakpoint, and then this one is the largest. And it's 75 rem, okay? And let me show that to you. So 1200 divided by 16 is 75. So 75 m. So not rem, but m is what I want. So 1200 pixels, just so that we can remember it later when we use it. Okay, so that's the largest breakpoint. And so now we can actually use this. So let's copy it. And all right. So that is our media query for the container. And what do we actually want to change here? Well, it's very simple. All we want to do is to set the margin to 0, right? So before we had 8 rem top and bottom and auto on the left and the right side to center the container inside its parent element. But right now we don't need that anymore because it's already filling the entire viewport anyway. So just margin 0 should fix that, okay? And actually, yeah, it's already working. So we approach 1200 here and then bam, all the margins disappear. And up here you also can already see our media query, right? All right, and I think that's all we have to change actually for this width. So let's now continue to move down a little bit, okay? And it starts looking a bit weird down here already, okay? But let's keep going just a bit, okay? And now you see that down here, it's also now moving to a new line. And so that's not really ideal. And so what I want to do is to keep here at 1100 and change the global font size. And that will then decrease all the length which are measured in rem, right? So once more, that's exactly what we did with the Nators project, decreasing the font size, which are sized in rem, which in turn depends on the global font size. So this is our next breakpoint. So large and 1100 divided by 16 is 68.75. All right, so 1100 pixels. And actually that one is here right in the base file. So let's just include it here. So add media only for screens and max width of BP large. All right, so right now our font size is 62.5%, which makes it so that 1 rem is 10 pixels. Now let's decrease that to 8 pixels. Okay, so 8 divided by 16 is of course 50%. So font size 50%. And that's actually it. So let's test that out. And yeah, that looks better. But actually we have another problem here now, which is that the space here is back. And that's because the 120 rem that we defined for the width of the container are now no longer 1200 pixels, but instead they are, let's calculate that. So 120 rem, which are now only 8 pixels. And so that's now only 960 pixels, no longer 1200 pixels. So let's just very quickly fix that. And saying here in the layout for the container that right now the max width should be 100%. And we can also say that the width should be 100%, just to be 100% sure. Okay, and so now that should be fixed. And yeah. So we hit 1100 and then bam, here we go. Now we still see some space down here. Let me see where that came from. So where's that container? And actually there shouldn't be any space. But yeah, of course, if we increase the page here like this, then it has to show something, right? So the container, it ends here and it has no margin, but we still have a part of the page if our screen is this big. And so then it will, of course, show the background gradient that we defined for the body. Okay, so if we reduce the viewport, then it will no longer show. But if we increase it, and let me show that to you even more. Well, actually, I cannot. But for example, if the viewport was like this, then even more of this pink color here would be created. But that's not a problem at all, so let's not worry about that, okay? The only thing that's not perfect here is this situation right now, but let's fix that in another way, okay? So let me inspect these elements here. And what I'm simply going to do is to decrease this margin here a bit more. So 0.8, 0.9. So let's put it at -2 rem. Okay, and so then that should no longer occur in no width at all. So let's come here to our components, overview, button, and list. And so here we are in the recommend. And so let's put this one here at -2 rem. So instead of having to write another media query here. Okay, so that's fixed now. So let's keep moving down with our width. And for now, everything still keeps looking great, right? And now we have that problem here again with the images. Okay, so let's actually add a new media query here at 900. Okay, because at this point, everything starts to look a bit too narrow here. Like the side nav is already becoming very narrow, and so is this column here, and especially the review column. Okay, so we're getting less and less space here, and that becomes even more dramatic as we decrease it further down. Okay, so here at 900, let's make another breakpoint. And what we're going to do is to basically put this navigation here, which is now a sidebar, all the way here on the top. So spanning from the left to the right with all of these 4 navigation items side by side, so that then this part down here, so the hotel view, which is all of this here, can occupy a 100% of the viewport width. Okay, and that will buy us some more space. So that shouldn't be all too hard to do. So let's just check out which element we're talking about. And that is the content here, right? So the content is the element that has both of these things that we were talking about. So the sidebar and the hotel view, right? So the content is already set to flex. So it's a Flexbox container, because remember, we positioned these 2 elements here side by side using Flexbox. And so now all we have to do, if we want to put one on top of the other, is to change the flex direction, right? Because right now it's a row, and so all we have to do is to change it to a column. So let's do that. And first let's create another breakpoint here, or another variable for a breakpoint. And so after large comes medium, and 900 pixels divided by 16 is 65.25. 56, I believe it was. Right? Just to be sure. So 56.25 m equals 900 pixels. Okay, so let's come here to our layout again. Let me actually copy this one so I don't have to write it out all the time. And so remember, the one that we want to manipulate here is the content. So at the medium breakpoint, what we want to change is the flex direction to column. And that will put our navigation on top and the hotel overview beneath it. So let's test that as we hit 900 pixels, and here we go. So great, we have the sidebar here stretching all the way to the right side, and then down there the hotel view occupying 100% of the available width. So that's great. So now we're back to having more space down here. All right. So next up, let's put these items here side by side, because it doesn't make much sense to be like this, right? And also I'm going to get rid of this text here actually, because we want to have the navigation, and then right after that we want to start the hotel overview and not see any of this text over there, okay? So let's go to the navigation. And I think that's a component right here at the beginning. So it should be, yeah, here it is. So the side nav. So remember that we want to put the items all beside each other, right? So all we have to do is to set its parent to a flex, right? So making all of the items flex items. which will then automatically be side by side. Now, of course, we have to do this in a media query. So let me copy that. And of course, this code here should be in the media query and not just out there. All right, so let's take a look at that. And all right, so it's starting to look pretty good already. They are now nicely side by side. Let's just get rid of this margin here. So margin 0. So that margin top that we had here, we don't want that anymore. And then, as I was saying, let's get rid of the legal text also. And what I want to copy is actually this media query. So display none. All right, so the legal text will be gone now. And just to check it. Okay, so that looks good already. Now what we should do here, of course, is to make each of them occupy 1/4 of this entire width here, right? So basically what we want them to do is to occupy this entire width. And let's do that. And of course, that's not really hard at all. So how are we going to do that? Well, it's very simple. We set flex to 1, okay? And so we give all of these 4 flex items the ability to grow as much as they can. And since they all have the same flex value, which is 1, they will all occupy the same space. Okay, and now just here, let's remove that margin from the bottom. And so now we should be pretty much done with it. Okay, let's actually zoom a bit in here. So 75%. And that looks pretty good to me. Now maybe we should also center this content here inside of the box, right? So let's do that as well. So it's in the link, right? And so let's put that media query in here. So what do we have to do in order to horizontally align these items? Well, all we have to do is justify content, center, as we've been doing so many times. Okay, and now let's just actually increase the padding as well. So let's say 2 rem, and here we go. So that looks perfect, right? Now just some smaller fixes that we should do here as well is to maybe decrease all of this padding that we have here. So all of this excessive white space that we really don't have space for at this viewport width. Okay, so let's get rid of all that. And for that, let's remember that this element here is the detail. Okay, and so here we should definitely decrease the padding. And the same then here for the description and probably the reviews as well. Okay, so let's do that. Just copy this media query. And so let's do that. So legal, we already changed that. The overview. And actually this is in the layout, right? So it's actually here in the detail. So we want a padding of 3 rem now, no longer 4.5. Okay, then next let's check the description. So here we can actually leave a padding of 2 rem, I would say. It was 3, so let's increase it to 2. And now the margin right also needs to change, because remember that this margin right here of 4.5 was the exact same value as the padding here on the detail. So we should probably decrease that one to 3 as well. So 3 rem. Okay, now where is the review? So list, recommend, here we go. So the review, I'm also going to decrease the padding in here. Now the media query is gone. So let's copy it again. So padding 2 rem, and that's actually okay like that. And since we're here, let's also decrease the margin at the bottom to 3 rem. Okay, and yeah, let's just check if we have something else to change. So I think this section here can also need some less space. Okay, so let's say 2.5 rem and 0 down from 3.5. All right, so let's check that. And yeah, that looks a bit more natural, I believe, right? So without all of this space that we had before. And the same here in the CTA section as well. So if we now decrease this here, we should be good to go for a long time, so for a long range of width. Okay, so it still looks good, except this here. And maybe we should find another fix for this here as well. So let me actually go here to the components and to the recommend. So these photos here are these ones. And if we want them to stay always side by side, we can actually achieve that with Flexbox. So let's set the container to display flex. And then these elements, so these flex items, they will just stay side by side all the time. So yeah, just like this. And so that's a very easy fix for that problem. All right, so we're still good here, I believe. There's no major problems at any point. So I think that the next breakpoint could be, for example, here, 600 pixels, such as we had in our other project. So 600, I think, is a pretty good breakpoint in this project. It's a good point to make some more changes in here, in this interface, right? But I'm actually leaving that for the next video. So if you want to do that right now, then just come with me right to that next lecture. All right, welcome back. Let's have some more fun with media queries. So we had already decided that 600 would be our next breakpoint, right? So what should we change at this width? Well, first of all, I want to make both the description here and the reviews go from side to side, okay? So I want them to occupy 100% of the available width because we really don't have any more space here right now. And if we decrease this even more, then the effect, of course, becomes more dramatic. And so I want to fix that. So going back to our CSS, let's start by creating a new variable here. And I'm going to call it small, and we want 600 pixels. So 600 divided by 16 is 37.5 rem. Or M, actually. Okay, and so let's now use that. And I'm going to just copy this media query here. And where we want this media query to be is on the detail, right? So let me show that to you again. So right here. So we basically want the description and the user reviews to be one below the other. So all we have to do on this flex container here, the detail, is to change the flex direction, right? So let's do that. So flex direction from row to column. And here, of course, it has to be small. So remember, when we have two media queries, we first put the one for the larger screen and then after that the one for the smaller screen. And that's because both of these will apply, right? Because the screen at 600 pixels is also smaller than 900 pixels, which is this media query here. And so both apply. But in this case, if there's some conflicting declarations, we want the last one to apply. In this case, there's nothing conflicting. So one has padding, one has flex direction. And so there's nothing conflicting here. But if we had a padding in this media query here as well, then we would want this padding to apply and not the one for the larger screen. Okay, so let's check that. So moving below 600, and here we go. Now, of course, there are some small fixes we have to perform, but the main goal is already accomplished. So one below the other right here. Now we have to remove this margin here from the right and actually add some margin here at the bottom, so to create some space here. Okay, and that is in the description. So getting that from here, again, making this the second media query, we want the margin right to be 0. And so right now we have these conflicting declarations that I was talking about earlier. And so of course we want this one to apply and not the 3. Okay, and then some margin at the bottom of 3 rem as well. And that should be good. All right. So that looks a lot better and also future-proof. Okay, so for all these smaller width coming down here, this is still okay at all times. Okay, so we'll never have to touch this again. Now the next thing that I'm concerned about is this navigation here, right? So for example, at this width here, So at this 535, for example, there's already no more space to fit this entire text here, so car rental. So what we should do here in this media query, which covers this part, which is the one we're working on right now, is to actually put this symbol here on top of the text, okay? And so we already know how to do that, of course. That's not hard at all, because these two elements are inside of the link, which is already a Flexbox container. Let me show that to you. So this side nav link is already a Flexbox container, yeah, here, so display flex. And so all we have to do now is to change the flex direction once again. So you see that when we're building a smaller version of the interface, a lot of time we change the flex direction from row to column. So that is probably the biggest advantage of using Flexbox for responsive design. Okay, so let's now do that. So where is that? Yeah, here we go. So right here in the link, right? Such as I showed you in the inspector before. So flex direction, column, okay? Now taking a look at this, well, it occupies way too much space now. So we should remove some padding. So let's put it at like 1 rem only, okay? That's maybe a bit too less. Actually, we could maybe leave it as it was, okay? But now another thing here is this icon, okay? So it's not really centered, even though we have a line item set to center here. So the problem actually is this margin that we have on the right side. So this right margin. So let's remove that and also slightly decrease here the size of the icon, okay? So let's put this one back to 1.5. And what I actually wanted to decrease was the sides, okay? Because otherwise there will not be enough space to actually fit the content when we further decrease the viewport width, okay? And so now let's do these other changes that I was talking about. So the margin right, of course, needs to disappear. So we want no margin at all. And then let's slightly decrease the size, like to 1.5 rem, for example, width and height as well. Let's check it out. And so, yeah, that looks a lot better, right? Just give it a couple of space between the icon and the text, and then it's already perfect after that. So just some small margin at the bottom. So let's just say margin right is 0, and then margin bottom is like 7 pixels. All right, and so, yeah, that's perfect now. Now, next up, what is still way too huge is some parts here in this hotel overview, right? So this text here is a bit too much. There's overall a bit too much space, and also this is here too big. And so it doesn't really look so natural here compared to the size of the rest of the elements on the page. But those should be a couple of very easy fixes. So let's quickly do that and write some more media queries. So legal and here overview. So first of all, I want to change the font size of this heading here to 1.8 rem, and then also the padding is a bit too much, because this padding here is actually what defines the height of this entire overview element. And so if we decrease the padding on top and bottom, like to 125 rem, then it all decreases a bit. Okay, and on the sides we can put 2 rem, and so that should be better. Well, let's take a look at what else we can change here. So I was talking about the rating, right? So let's change the padding here as well. So remember that rating is that pink container, okay, which contains both the average and the count, and it has a lot of padding. So let's change that to 0 and 1.5 rem. Then down here we can change the font size of this one to like 1.8 rem, and then also decrease this font size here further down to 0.8 or 0.5 actually. So just really small. Let's check that out. And okay, so I think that looks a lot more natural right now, especially compared with this lower part that we have here. Okay, so let's take a look at this. Decrease maybe the width a little bit, and I think that it looks pretty good still. Well, maybe except here in the top, so here in the header, that starts looking a bit too cramped, right? Now we could of course leave it like this, but there's something else that I want to show you. Okay, I want to show you some more Flexbox, because as you've seen probably, I really like it. And so I keep wanting to show you more and more and more of it. Okay, so let's just create a new breakpoint here at, let's say 500 pixels, and then we can move the search bar down here. Okay, so like below these two. So we have the logo, then we have this user nav, and then after that, let's put the search bar. And this way we can use something that I showed you in the intro lectures, but that we haven't used in the project yet. And that is the order property, right? Remember that one? So let's create a new breakpoint here at 500 pixels, which is where this starts to look a bit weird up here. Okay. So 500 pixels, which equals 31.25 m. Okay, so that's 500 pixels. And I'm going to call this one the smallest. So we have the largest and the smallest. So let's copy a media query from here. So you see, I really like to always copy this. Makes it a bit easier and faster to write out. So smallest, and then actually on the search bar as well. This is not what we want. What I wanted to show you was the search bar. And yeah, that's in the components, of course. So let's move over there. And here it is. So as I was saying, we want to move the search bar to the third position, so to the last position. Now, do you remember what I told you in the intro lectures about the default value for the order? Well, it's usually 0. And that means that right now the logo and the search and the user nav all have a order of 0. So if I set the search to order of 1, then it will be the last one, right? And so it will move all the way to the end. Then of course, this has to be the smallest, but now that should work. And yeah, actually it is working. So now it's the last element, and we can confirm that. So on a larger screen, that's not happening, and as soon as we hit 500, it moves. So great. But remember, what we wanted to do here was to actually move this one down a bit, okay? So basically move it to a new row. And how can we do that with Flexbox? Well, it's actually very simple. It is just flex wrap and then set it to wrap. So now we are allowing the flex items to wrap into a new line if they don't have enough space in the flex container. Okay, so let's check it. And actually it's not really happening anything right now, because for now it looks like there's still enough space. So we have to wait a bit until it moves down. Okay, and so starting at this width, that's exactly what happens. Okay, but we want this to start right at 500 pixels. Okay, and so what do we have to do? Well, we just have to make the search bar a bit wider. So let's do that. Back to our component, and all we have to say is that we want it to have a flex basis of 100%. So basically the width of the element should be 100%, it shouldn't shrink and it shouldn't grow. And so right now it should probably already be working. And yeah, indeed, it's now occupying this entire width here, at least all the way here until the side, which then expands as soon as we focus the input field. All right, now we just have some spacing issues here to solve, because the header is no longer tall enough to fit all this content. So let's come back here and simply increase the height of the element to, let's say, 11 rem. Or we can even do a bit more so we can see the effect even more. So let's see what is going to happen now. And all right, so that gives a lot more space. Now, do you still remember from the Flexbox intro lectures how we could control the space between the rows of the container? There was a property just for that, and it's called align content. So let's experiment with that. And first set it to center. So let's take a look what happens. And okay, so they're now really together here, these two rows. So this row, first one here with these first two flex items, and this one, they are basically vertically centered now. Okay, but what we want here is really just space around. Okay, so you can experiment with this a bit to see the different possibilities, but I think that this one is the best. Well, actually, let's experiment with that right now. So we could have space between, of course. And what do you think this will do? You already see it. So it pushes both to the edges, right? So that's space between, but that's not really ideal here in this case, right? Then we also have flex end as always. So pushing both rows down to the end of the container, and flex start, of course. But both are not really what we want. What we want is space between. We want space around, not space between. Okay, and actually this is probably a bit too high. So let's make it an 11 rem. And yeah, that's a bit better. Now just to fix this a bit weird looking input element here with these rounded corners, which is also not really centered, let's just fix that. Okay, and we're going to do that by simply setting a background color here on the entire search. Okay, right now we have this background color on the input only, but we can also put it on the entire search element. And so that should fix it. Okay, so I think that looks a bit more natural. All right, so let's just take a look at a couple of different devices here. So that's the design on the iPad in portrait mode. Then in landscape mode, it looks like this. Looks pretty good, if you ask me. Then we have the iPad Pro, for example, and that's not really ideal with all the space down here, but I think we can live with that. Then this is in the landscape version, and that's a huge screen, and so it looks almost like a normal computer. Then there's this iPhone here, and here things are not really perfect, as you can see, but I think we've written enough media queries, and so if you want to fix that for yourself, then please go ahead and do that. It would be a great exercise, but I think I already showed you more than enough how media queries work, and so that would be a great job to do for yourself and to just train a bit more with the media queries. So we also have the Galaxy here. Okay, and so for phones, it's not really 100% perfect, as you can see. But again, please feel free to fix these smaller issues by yourself, because for now, this is actually all that I had to show you. So Flexbox is once again perfect for responsive design, and especially the flex direction property is set to column. So that's like a real lifesaver. Saves us a lot of work, a lot of time. All right, so we're practically done here with the project. Let's just jump into the next and final video where I just want to make some final considerations and wrap up this project. So in this last video about the Trello project, I just wanted to make some final remarks about the project itself and Flexbox in general. So here I have that web app that I showed you before called caniuse.com. Okay, and so in here we can see browser support for various CSS properties and entire modules as well. So like the Flexbox module, and so that's what I have here. So I just type Flexbox here, and then down here we can see the browser support for Flexbox. So here I can hit show all, and so now we can see which browsers do support and which don't support Flexbox. So you see that in the Internet Explorer 11 there is some problems with that, and with the 10 as well. Okay, but you also see that their usage is not really that big, so like 0.11% or 3%. Okay, then you see that all the Microsoft Edges support it, Firefox as well, Chrome, Safari, Opera as well, and even here the mobile Safari on iOS. So the only problem that you may have is here with the older Android browsers, but they also support Flexbox here with the WebKit prefix. Okay, then you also have this Android stock browser here, which just supports the old Flexbox spec and does not support wrapping. So overall, you see that actually the browser support is not all of that bad. So actually up here you can see the global stats. And so you see that actually 88, almost 89% of the web users do actually support the unprefixed version of Flexbox, which is the one we're looking for. Okay, so it's not all that bad. Now remember that a long time ago, I think it was in the first project or so, that I said that Flexbox is not really ready to be reused. So I said that because I assumed that the goal was to support everyone. So every user on every browser. But if you're okay with, for example, dropping, let's say, these older versions of Internet Explorer, then that's absolutely fine. And you can go ahead and use Flexbox today for all your sites, all your apps, and never again have to use float layouts. Okay, so if that's okay with you, then it's perfectly fine. Just remember that the layout is a fundamental part of any website or any web app. And so if a browser doesn't support it, well, it's going to look really messy to that user. And actually, I wanted to know how the Trello app would look like without Flexbox. And so I simply disabled all the Flexbox in our app. And that's what it looked like. Okay, so it looks really terrible, as you can see. So moving down here, this is how our website looks, or our app, without any Flexbox support at all. Okay, well, it's still kind of usable, but of course it looks just terrible. Okay. Now, for users on Internet Explorer like 10 or 9 or 8 even, many of the features we're using here are not going to work anyway. So you kind of have to decide anyway if you want to support these users or not when you use other properties that I showed you along this project and the other project as well. Okay, so again, using Flexbox or not is a decision that you have to take, keeping in mind that maybe some users will not be really able to see our page, but that might be actually completely fine. So for example, the Internet Explorer users, they are many times older people or maybe people working in older companies that don't update their computers or their operating systems, and therefore they're stuck with Internet Explorer. But if that's not the audience of your website anyway, well, then you can just assume that you don't need to support them. And then it's no problem to simply start using Flexbox right now. Okay, so that's what I wanted to say about support. All right, and since we're talking about support, let's actually open up our app here in the older Safari, and actually I mean in the older Firefox that I showed you before. Because then here you will see that the mask image property that we used here is not working. Okay, so you cannot see these icons here because the mask image and mask size properties that we used are simply not working. So back then when we implemented this, I said that I was going to write a feature query for that a bit later, and right now that's the time to do it. Okay, so let's move back to our code editor and here to our list. And so we are going to write a feature query containing this part here of the code. So how do we do that? Well, it's just support. And then we have to put the property that we want supported. So we want WebKit mask image to be supported. And remember, we also have to specify a value here. And so I'm just going to put an empty image here. It doesn't really matter. This is just because we really have to specify the value. Okay? Or the same thing here, but without the prefix. Okay, so if we put something with the prefix here, we should also include the version without the prefix. Okay? So if we support the mask image, then of course, this is what should happen. But if we don't, well, then this is what happens. So the background image set to the icon and then background size cover. Okay, so that was actually the first solution that I showed you back then. But the problem with this is, remember that we cannot change the color of the icon. But that's something that we cannot really change. So on these older Mozilla browsers, for example, the user will just see the icon in black, not in our pink color. Now, this is not really going to work, but let me show you why. Okay, so actually here it's not working in Firefox. But if you take a look at Chrome now, you see that it's also black. So let's take a look at that. And it's here in the before. All right, so you see that, of course, the mask image and the mask cover here are applied because, in fact, we do support the mask image. Now, the problem here is that at the same time, the background image is also active. Okay, and so we have to basically remove that, because if we didn't have the background image, then it would look just fine. Okay, and so what we have to do here now is to just say background image none, and that should fix it. So you see, now we have our pink icon here in Chrome, and if we go to Safari, we have it in black because it doesn't support the mask image. All right, so that's the power of the feature query using the supports add rule. Next up, I also wanted to run our build process here in this project. So let's close this folder. So this is here our package.json file. And remember that right in the beginning, we actually edited it and reduced the build process here to only 3 steps. So compile, prefix, and compress, right? So let's just take a look at our compiled CSS file, which we already have here, which is this one. And so we see that we actually wrote over 500 lines of CSS code. So that's a great job. So a lot of code here. And now let me just take a look at the file size here. So just because I'm curious, this has 13K, so that's not really a lot. But anyway, let us apply our build process and see how much we can reduce this, okay? So let's open up the terminal here, and actually it's already here. Okay, and I'm going to increase the font size a bit so you can see what's going on. And I will actually stop this process here, so the one that we used for development, which tracks changes on our files. So on the Mac, I just hit Command-C, and on Windows, you probably just have to close the window, okay? All right, so let's decrease this a bit. And for now, I'm going to do it one by one, okay, so that we have all the files. Or actually, that's not really necessary, because if we simply run the build process here, then it will actually also give us all of these 3 files, right? So npm run build CSS. And here we go. So that's actually it. So our initial file is the compiled file. So this one here, right? And that's actually exactly the same as the one that we looked at before. Then from there comes the prefixed file. And so let's see if it adds any prefix here. And yeah, it added to the box sizing. And so you see that it also added a bunch of prefixes here for Flexbox. So this is our original one. Then we have MS Flexbox, which stands for the older specification on Microsoft. So MS Flexbox is like the same as Flex, but in older versions of the Internet Explorer. And then there's even something called WebKit Box, which was a very early implementation of the Flexbox specification in WebKit, okay? Then down here, you also have some older versions of the Flexbox, okay? And that is practically the same as Justify Content Space Between used to be called like MS Flexpack Justify. Okay, so that's completely different, but this is just to support the bit older Internet Explorers. Okay, and so you will find this here everywhere we use Flexbox. And so our file growth from, I think we had 500 lines to 667 lines. Okay, and then this down here is something called a source map. Okay, doesn't really matter right now. So we have all of this CSS code right now. And that then compressed is our final CSS file. So all of this code here. All right, and this way it doesn't even look like so much. So let's just take a look at how much space it's occupying right now. So we had 13K and now we have 14. Okay, so that's even more than we had before. But I guess that's because of all of the prefixes that were added. So of course that's not a huge deal, okay? So 1K doesn't make any difference at all. Okay, so that was our build process. Now just looking again at our site here, just one very quick thing that I wanted to say is that this layout could also easily have been built with the even newer CSS module called CSS Grid Layout. Okay, and so that grid layout would maybe even be better for laying out the global overall layout of this app here, okay? So in modern CSS development, Flexbox is many times used in conjunction with the newer CSS Grid Layout module, so that the overall layout of the page or the app can be done with a grid, and then the smaller details, like most of the stuff that we did here in this interface, can be handled by using Flexbox. Okay, but that's a topic for another project. And actually, I will also have a grid project right in this course, not at lunchtime, but it's going to be there a little bit later. so keep an eye out for that. And by then you will learn everything there is to know about the very new, very modern, and really great CSS grid layout. So we're now almost done, but another thing that I wanted to talk about is that there are actually many ways to make this project even better. And these would be amazing ways for you to practice your new skills. So I came up with a couple of challenges for you to try out if you feel like it. So the first challenge that I came up with is for you to display some kind of user menu when the user hovers over the username in the user nav. Okay, so something like user settings or something like that. Okay, then something very similar is to display a message menu when hovering over the chat icon in the user nav. So imagine something like Facebook. Okay, so when you hit the message icon, then it shows a list of your latest messages, right? And so you could code up something like that. Another thing that would be really cool would be to display a box with suggestions as soon as the user starts typing in the input field, so up there in our search bar. So imagine when you Google something, then it also shows you this box with some suggestions, and you could code up something like that, right? Now next, you could also create a caption for the gallery item with a nice hover effect. So right now, we only have the figure element there with an image, but without any caption. And so you could add one caption and show that with a nice hover effect when we hover the image. Okay? And finally, you could make the page really 100% responsive, even for viewport sizes below the 500 pixels. Because that's something that we didn't really do, because I don't want it to waste any more of your time watching me type simple code. Okay? And maybe you could even implement responsive images like we did in the Natures project. So these are 5 challenges for you to have some more fun with this project and with Flexbox in general. Now, I didn't actually code these up myself, and so of course I don't have a solution that I could show you. But it would be really interesting to see how each and every one of you implements these features in a different way. So if you do these challenges, then please share your results in the questions area. I would really love to see your results. All right, can you do that? Okay, and with this, we actually wrap up our Trello project. So I hope that you had as much fun building it as I did by building it with you together in these videos. And even more, I hope that you learned everything you want and need to know about Flexbox, so that now you can go ahead and code up your own design ideas and layouts using the immense power and flexibility of Flexbox. All right, so that's it for this section. Hope to see you in the next one.